And we're off. Happy Halloween, by the way.
Happy Halloween! Yeah. For some reason, because Christmas is on the 25th, I always think Halloween is on the 25th.
Really?
I don't know what it is.
That's a little strange, but okay.
Yeah, yeah.
In your complex, do kids come around like trick or treating?
No, not really. Not
Not
It's
really.
not where I'm at.
Yeah. Our neighborhood over the years has sometimes been busy and sometimes not busy at all. Last year was not busy at all, which was kind of surprising because for the previous few years we'd had a lot of kids. And we have some neighbors who the boys are like, I want to say like maybe 10 and 7 now. They were 9 and 6. I think they're 10 and 7. Something like that. And they have a lot of friends and they have a lot of cousins. So some years I think kids coalesce in our neighborhood because they come to that house. And then I think last year they went somewhere else. Do you know what I mean? So it's just like it went from a really busy year the year before to no kids at all. So I expect that during the live stream at some point we'll hear a doorbell because the kids start trick-or-treating around here like 4:30 in the afternoon. And they're usually done by like 7:30. So maybe we'll get some till like 8, but we won't get any after that. So
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's a couple places that trick or treat around here. I mean, this area's got it's a lot of residential. But where I'm at, I'm not on the first floor, so
yeah,
that's usually where they end up going if they do come to this area.
sure. All right, well, welcome
Nobody
everybody.
wants to walk upstairs for candy. Come on.
Come on, it's candy. If I was a kid, I would have walked miles. I mean, when we were younger, when my brother and I and my cousins and my friends were little, like little, not like real tiny, but just big enough to like have the big kids walk the little kids around. So maybe like 12 and 8 kind of thing, Our whole goal was to hit as many neighborhoods as possible, and we would use pillowcases as our bags, and we would stash the candy. We had a stash spot, so when the first pillowcase got too heavy, you would just stash it, and then you would go to the next neighborhood and try to get another pillowcase full of candy. That only lasted like a year or two because by the time my brother was like 14, he stopped trick-or-treating. He wasn't interested anymore. But yeah, there were a couple of years there. It was really good. But we definitely
bags of candy.
We've had the kind of neighborhood where some years when people get to our house, if they're late in the evening, if they're here at like 8:39, we just give them the bowl, whatever's left. You know what I mean? So we'll just be like, hey, the two of you just open up your bags, just dump everything in. It's like you hit the lottery because we're shutting off the light and we're closing it down. So whoever the last kids are, they always get extra. Every once in a while we just run out, but that's rare. It's rare. I'm just trying to do a couple of arena battles here so that I don't waste tokens while I'm doing the live stream.
That you're also already doing. 10 out of 10 planning.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's always a little bit of a warm-up time. We got to get people in here.
That is true. That's fair enough.
Takes a couple of minutes. So right now we got 12 people. Hello, everybody. Francis, Jacob, welcome. Knights, welcome. Great Dane, good to see you. Neil, Shooter, Zeph, Stefan, Mario, Khadij, David. Welcome, everybody. It's good to see everyone. I hope you're enjoying your Halloween. I don't know if any of you have plans for Halloween, if you're going to Halloween parties, if you've got kids who are getting excited to go out. Hoax, welcome. Suzanne, welcome. All right. I tell you, we got 20 concurrent viewers. Let's fire it up, son. Let's get a wheel of takeover going right now. And let's see if we can. We only got through 2 takeovers last week, and I want to make sure that we can try to get through 3. Now, my voice is pretty shot this week. So I might not be talking as much as normal, although during a takeover, I don't always talk as much as during our noob versus pro streams.
Yeah, if we want to get it started, I did reset the reactions. So everybody that's here, go ahead and just react my message to react to my message in the Wheel of Takeover channel, and we'll get one started nice and quick.
Everybody I saw in chat has been here before, but if you haven't been here before, basically, you just want to join our Discord community. There is a channel called Coaching Corner. You're going to go down there. There's a Wheel of Takeovers channel in that section. And you're just going to react to that message, just like Sun just said. You don't have to post a message. You just have to react to his message. That will enter you in the drawing. And then we're going to do a couple of things different this week. One thing is, after every drawing, as soon as we get our person assigned, we're going to clear the wheel. And that way, when we do the next wheel, you'll have to re-enter if you're still watching the stream. But that way we won't have people who are here for the first hour and then they leave and then they're still in the wheel. And it just, sometimes we pull people and they're not here. So this will hopefully streamline things a little bit. Something you can do right now is just make sure you have the correct email address and password for your account. If you don't know it and you're hoping to get a takeover, start looking it up right now. So that way we can just cruise through this thing. All right. So I've got I was able to win 3. Do I have a real defense in? I do. I need to take this real defense out. I need to put in. Hopefully that'll drop me down in the next couple hours. I'll get some surfing in. All right. Tulsi, welcome. Demon King, ASAP, Chancellor Gill. Good to see everybody. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, we've got a whole bunch of reactions live already, so let's fire it up.
Remember that there's a 90-day limit. You can only win one takeover in 90 days. So if you've won in the last 90 days and we pull your name because you like reacting to the thing, we're just going to have to skip you. That's just the way that's going to work.
Yeah, I think Demon King is going for the hat trick.
Yeah, Demon King won an extra one, but yeah. All right.
All right, we've got our first winner.
Who do we got?
Neothin87.
Neothin. All right.
He's a Team Colred.
He is. I know. I'm excited. I think Neo's been looking for a takeover for a couple of months, maybe. Well, at least a few weeks. I know. But Neo, that's exciting.
Well, there you go. So Neo, I've got you assigned. You can join us in the coaching voice if you'd like. And you just want to go ahead and DM call directly with any details.
Hey, Liv. Good to see you.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, a lot of our viewers are clan members. We've got, 60 of them basically, so. There are only 41 people in here. The stream isn't big enough for our clans yet. But yeah, honestly, there have been far more Team Sun wins than Team Cole wins. So if there's any conspiracy theory going on, it's because he's in charge of the wheel.
That's how I'm tipping the scales.
Yeah. All right, let me log out of here. So Neo, jump into the Discord channel. And then you probably want to turn off your stream audio so you don't get an echo. And that way you don't have to worry about the delay. And you can send me your account info. By the way, just for people who, if you don't know, if you haven't watched too many of these streams or you're not sure how an account takeover works, basically you can ask me for help in anything. I can't help you in everything. One, I can't help you in something that I can't find a solution on your account. I will try. But other things I'm not an expert at. So for instance, I think last week somebody asked me about Sand Devil's Necropolis, and he was far more advanced in Sand Devil's Necropolis than I was. So I wasn't able to help him there. So if you're looking for good areas of help, Arena's great, dungeons are great, clan boss is great. I'm happy to help in all of those places. I like Doom Tower a lot. We haven't really done any Doom Tower takeovers. But I would definitely enjoy a Doom Tower takeover. 3v3 arena. Hydra, I'm okay. But Hydra's also a little bit tricky to do in a short stream format anyway. Yeah. So it really, depends on where you are and what you need. I'm always happy to talk about it. Like, I'm not going to say no to anything, any kind of request, unless I just look at the account and say, I can't help you there. Colred, did you hear about the event being rigged? Oh, are we talking about the wheel event? Okay. I thought you were talking about an in-game event for a minute. All right, let's see. Did we get a response from Neo?
I thought you had, but if you've not,
I have not gotten a response from Neo. Now, I don't see Neo in the stream chat. Ooh, Great Dane. Get that Discord upgrade so we can see Sun in HD. That's a good call. Thank you so much for the $10. That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Put a little love on that one. That was a big one. Thank you. Yeah, that reminds me. We're actually monetized here on this stream. That can happen. People can do that stuff. That's fantastic. Great.
Yeah, that was broken for a little bit, so I fixed that.
Yeah, it was broken for a little bit. We do need to upgrade our Discord.
We'll see if we get word back from him here. Oh, apparently they're saying the card event was fixed. So you have to get all of the cards in order to get the Lego. That's
what I figured it was. Like, I don't know if that's rigged. That's just what I figured it was. That, like, the only way, they would let you get it is if you got every single thing. Yeah, we got a tip of $10 from Great Dane. Fantastic.
The greatest of Danes.
Dane's been with us for a while. But we do, we're going to need to buy a premium server at some point on Discord. Whatever it's called, get the Nitro, because I think there's 1,000 person limit, and we're closing in on 600. I think we're at like 500 and 540 or something like that now. 19. Not quite. Yeah, but almost 540.
All right. Well, we haven't heard back yet. I'll let you call it.
All right. Tell you what. Let's go ahead and let's redo the wheel right now. If Neo comes back during the stream, like before the next pull, we'll give Neo the takeover, because I know Neo's been asking for it. It's a little bit surprising. I mean, he may have just like started the stream, put his name in the thing, and figured it would take us 10 minutes or 20 minutes, which it normally does, and we just pulled it early today. So, but yeah, hey, we got some new people here. So let's go ahead and clear it. Everybody go over to the Discord and do another reaction. We're going to do it right from fresh start. We're going to pull, and we're going to get this fired up. We've got some new people in chat here. Tributor is here. Joseph is here. Yandi. Welcome. Good to see everybody. Nub put out a vid, and mathematically there's like a 37% chance it is your last card. That's, yeah, okay. That sounds about right. Francis says, I'd give you super chats, but I'm broke and homeless, so sorry. Yeah, that's more important. You don't need to be given super chats. You need to, get yourself settled. Sabik says hello.
One of the cards gives 1,000 energy. I want that card.
Right?
Give me that card.
All right, did we?
All right, we've spun again. Our next winner is Granite Rock.
Granite Rock. Who is Granite Rock? That's not a name actually no, I know that's one of your teammates, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so.
It's a Team Sun. There's a surprise.
Team Sun.
There's a surprise.
Tip of the scales of justice once again.
Constantly improving your clan over there. We're eventually going to run into you in a clan v clan, and your clan is going to stomp my clan. And it's going to be based on like all the work I've done in Fire Knight and Clan Boss for your team. No, I mean, both of the clans they've been a lot of fun. Knights, we'll see you soon. All right, so is Granite here? Majestic Unicorn, hello, welcome. We're doing a takeover. Is it the stream frozen? No, the stream was frozen for me for a minute.
No, you're fine.
Okay. Have you heard from Granite? Son, have you heard from Granite?
I'm reaching out to them as we speak.
Okay. Endo Sensei says, how many open spots do you have left in your clan? I don't think we have any. I don't think we currently have any, but sometimes people go inactive and we free up spots. We might be freeing up a spot soon. In my clan, I think there's one person who's been inactive for a while. But I'm not 100% sure. I haven't looked at that this morning. I think we need to start a third clan.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that as well. So I have not yet heard from Granite, but I have heard from Neo.
Okay. Neo's here.
So Neo, if you are back and live in the stream, Cora did say we would get to you. So
yeah, so send me your info. Get into the coaching corner, and we'll get you started. Wentworth Tanner says, hey guys, while we wait, what would you prioritize as the most important game mode to build heroes for as a new free-to-play player? Okay, so it depends how new is new, Tanner. What I would say is very early on, you want to build a team that's going to get you through to Brutal campaign, and then you want to make sure you get your starter champion up to 60 and be able to farm 12-3 of Brutal campaign. So that's the single most important like first step. And it doesn't really matter, what else you do on your way there. Like you're going to be in arena a little bit and your starter champion is going to be your strongest champion. And that's just going to carry you in arena or whatever in dungeons and so on and so forth. Once you get there and you start to actually build up a roster, the thing I generally tell people is make sure that you're adding champions that bring something new to your roster. And you want to prioritize Clan Boss, Arena. Those are number 1 and number 2. And then after that, you can prioritize dungeons. So those are the top 3 places. So if you found if you were doing early shard pulls and you found a dedicated arena nuker you could build, or you found like a support champion who could help you as a setup in an arena, that would be really important. If you got a clan boss damage dealer, that would be really important. If you got an unkillable champ for, a speed tune down the road, that might not be like super high priority, but even like unkillable champs, like block damage champs like Demitha, let's say you pulled a Demitha early, even just getting her onto a clan boss team so you have that block damage up sometimes, like that can be really valuable in helping you progress. So I would say, you want to focus on clan boss, but that's a long-term goal. You want to focus on arena. That is an immediate goal. And then you want to focus on dungeons, but not at the expense of the other two. Joseph Matola says, Colred, I'm a newer viewer of yours, but I've enjoyed the content. Keep it up. Thank you, Joseph. Glad to have you, man. Is it worth using all energy and inbacks at the start to get your first 5, 6 stars, or is one okay? Yeah, you can burn through that energy, but what you want to do basically is make sure that you're always leaving it for as long as possible. Right? Anything that has a timer on it that's like 99 days or whatever, leave it there in your inbox for as long as you can, because as you level up your account, your max energy increases, and then therefore the refills are worth more. So anything that's like a flat number, like you just have 300 energy, that's not going to change. That's not going to increase. Burn that first. If it's a refill potion, hold on to it until you can't hold on to it, and then use it. And you may as well. All right, we're getting some info here. All right, I've got Neo's info. Let's get this going. I'm glad we started right away, because it's still taking a while here.
Yeah, we decided to start right away. It's still got 30 minutes in.
All right, that worked. So Neo, why don't you tell me a little bit about what kind of help you're looking for? Just go ahead and chat it, type it to me. And now Granite is sending me a message. All right, Granite Rock, we're going to have to hold off because Neo showed up while you were gone. So we've gone back there. But we'll get to you. All right. Yeah, no worries. He says, work called as soon as I popped in. That's fun. Fair. So you say you've been you've been a payer. You've been a spender. And you have a really good collection of characters, and you're just looking to take the next step. You finished the dungeons to level 20 so far, and that's a good progress point for me. But I think my biggest thing that I need to work on next is taking the next step with clan balls. Okay. One more thing, maybe. All right, so let's take a look at the account, first of all. Wait, what level are we? We're level 67. Okay. Wow, 200 rock. Very nice. This is an amazing champion that I will probably never own, but always wanted to own. I also think she's really cool looking. Because you and I are around the same damage, but I have a pretty big roster compared to your free-to-play account, and I want to start getting into Nightmare and Ultra Nightmare. I'm pretty sure that I have the roster to do it. I just don't have a clue on how to put it all together. Okay. So we're going to take a look at the roster. Ooh, Cardiel. Wow, Terrace. Okay. Whoa, buddy. We've got some good... Oh, you got a Helicath. You got a Helicath. That's good news. That's very good news. You've got a Newt. Your Helicath and your Newt are not built. You got a Bad Alcazar. Let's take a look at this roster. Let's go ahead and take a look at this roster. You got a Queen Eva here. Angar. Okay. Gintoro, solid. Turvold, very good. You got your Yukari. Mighty Uko is very nice. Wither is very good. You got really good champions here. You've got really good... I mean, you got a Siphi. You got Leorius. Now, Tuhanarak, I'm kind of curious about. Decrease attack, increase defense, increase speed. Okay. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a look. Oh, you also have a Demitha. Do you have a Seeker? You have a Deacon Armstrong. You have a Runekeeper Dazdirk. You have a Warcaster. You have a Naya. That gives you some options as well. you don't have an Elva though? I don't think. I didn't see an Elva, right? Okay. I'll look in the vaults as well, make sure we're not missing anything here. We've got a Seeker. Got several Akemptums. Got a Renegade, that's good. So I'm just looking for champions that help build unkillable teams. You've got your Frozen Banshee, you've got an Apothecary. You've got an Eris at 50. So to be fair, you've got everything you need probably for at least a 2-key Ultra Nightmare. Maybe a 1-key Ultra Nightmare, depending on where your gear is. And with so many options, I mean, we've got Sepulchre Sentinel. I mean, Cardiel is really awesome for stuff like this. I mean, there are a couple of speed tunes out there that we're going to be looking at for you. And this will be interesting for people if they've never done a speed tune from scratch. Let's take a look at the vaults here. Okay, so we've got, unless we have a second Demitha, which, I mean, we don't really need a second Demitha, but there are some interesting 2 Demitha builds as well. But you've got a Helicath. Of course, Helicath's not built, and it looks like Demitha is. Anybody here that jumps out? Nobody here jumps out at me as crucial. So let's just do a quick search here for Dwarves, Void, and all the vaults, just to see. Yeah, we do have a second Demitha. Okay. And then let's do Magic, Epics, and let's check Undead. All right, so there's our 1 Seeker. Okay, let me check your resources. Got 112 million silver, so we're not short on silver today. We've got some gems. Let's check our books. Got 163. We got some tomes here. We got some tomes. So I got this. I'm excited for this takeover. This is the first time this has happened that anybody has come in here with this number of resources. Let me know. Is there anyone you don't want me to touch? Anyone you don't want me to rebuild or mess around with at all? Let me know if there's a limit on this. And now we're going to start to have some fun. So the first thing I'm going to do, actually, I like to do this first, not because I think it's necessarily the best way to do this, but I'm going to go to Hell Hades Artifact Extractor. I'm going to go to the Optimizer first. And I'm going to get some suggestions on teams. I already have about 4 teams in my mind for this roster. This is not a problem. We're definitely going to get you something good today. But I just want to go to the Optimizer for 2 reasons. One is I'm always looking for full auto, full affinity. Like, that's what we would like. We would like it where you could just click the button and go, because that way, when you get your quick battles, you'll get the same score that you expect to, and you don't have to manual it. You only have to manual it once. But if you have to manual the setup, you can't just hit quick battle, because it won't do the setup for you. And therefore, you're going to have to manual it, not manual it every day, but you'll have to run it on auto every day after the setup, manual the start and do that. So I always want to make sure that we can get as close to a full auto, like all affinity that we can. So, okay, let me see. All right, so here we are in the Optimizer. Now, what I like to do here is I'm going to find a team. When we go into the team, let me actually shrink myself down a little bit so I don't block anything. So when we go into the team, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change it from Void Affinity to Spirit Affinity. Okay, and I'm going to apply that filter, because Spirit Affinity is the only affinity that really matters, right? It's everything else and then Spirit Affinity, because Spirit Affinity applies a slow. And if you want a team that handles the slow, then you need to be able to handle, Spirit Affinity. And then if you can handle Spirit Affinity, whatever you do on Spirit Affinity, you're going to do everywhere else, unless you're like all magic damage dealers, and that could, potentially mess around with you. All right, so we have one right here at the top, which is this is probably going to be a 3-to-1 ratio. We've got Mashallah with the speed boost. We've got Seeker with turn meter fill. Cardiel's giving us a speed aura. Demitha is the unkillable, and then Jintoro is doing most of the damage. And so we want to look at the variations. I don't have the premium of this, by the way, so I can't get the actual breakdown. But you can see here, these speeds are not bad. This is a 219 million key on Spirit Affinity with 3 champions under 200 speed. You do have to stretch for these 2 up here at 300, or basically at 300. Now, one of the things it doesn't tell you here is this the speed that you have to build, or is this the speed after the aura? And it's typically the speed on the champion. So I'm going to assume that this is with the aura lead of 19%. So the speed requirements are still pretty high, especially for these 2 champions. I don't know if we're going to have the gear for that. So when we're looking at speeds, that can be a restriction. So I want to go back, and I'm going to look at another setup. Let's look at this one with 2 Hanorok here, which looks really nice. These speeds might be a little bit more reasonable. And the reason I think that is because there are 2 damage dealers. So we'll see if these speeds are a little bit more reasonable. Not a lot more reasonable. Demitha's speed is high, and Hanorok's is still pretty high, but that is it might be a little bit easier to get one at 286 and one at 315 rather than one at 300, one at 299. The other speeds are about the same, so that's not going to significantly change anything. Let me just double check, make sure. Mess with everything, go wild, he says. All right. Now, we've got this Eris one down here. You can see it's a little bit lower damage, but still, basically, we're going to be looking for anything that's over about 90 million. You only need 72 million. Is it 72 million? I think it's 72 million for Ultra Nightmare. But you want to have a little bit of leeway because you never know how it's going to be, handled in the quick battles. So we've got the Eris thing here. Now, Eris is only 50, so we'd have to build her out. We do have the Mashallah Turvold Deacon. This one is one of the ones I was thinking of. So this is a tune straight off of Deadwood Jedi's website. The speeds here are 1 at 330, which could be tricky. Yeah. And then, we keep going down. So as you can see, Seeker plays a key role in all of these teams. And most of them have Cardiel here and Demitha. Now here's a Helicath team. Helicath with Warcaster in this case. This is going to be a little bit easier to tune because with 2 block damage champions, the speed requirements are going to be lower. They are. But you can see here the speed is on everybody. But this might be a little bit easier for us because we still have to build that Seeker. Okay. Now, what we could do is we could let's take a look at your roster again. I want to see how your Jintoro is built. I want to see how the built champions are built. So let's go here and just look at, first of all, Mashallah. How's Mashallah doing? 173. Okay. Let's look at Deacon. 212. Demitha. 169. Newt's not built. Cardiel's not built. Helicath's not built. Turvold's not built. Okay. All right, let's take a look at the gear that you've actually got to work with. Got some speed gear. You got some Relentless pieces. Relentless is not necessarily huge for Clan Boss. Sometimes you can run a damage dealer in Relentless. Sometimes you can't. Depends on the tune. Okay, so you don't have a ton of gear, but you've got some gear. Let's see how your forge is doing. Could we make some perception gear? Not really. Resilience gear, we could make a little bit. Okay. Guardian pieces, we could make a few Guardian pieces. Oh, we do have instinct pieces. That could be helpful. We might have to roll these. That 12% speed could be really helpful on damage dealer, especially if we have to get up to these speeds. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to deadwoodjedi.com. All right, and now we're going to start looking for some speed tunes. So the first thing I'm going to just do it this way. I'm going to click on speed tunes. You get the full list here. I'm going to filter, and I'm going to start by filtering for Demitha, and I'm going to go for all affinities, and I want unkillable. And I don't really care about the number of keys. I just want to look at all my options here. And there's only so many of them. But let's go ahead and look at the Myth Eater, because that's going to be sort of a basic standard here with Demitha and Maneater. I didn't look to see if you had Maneater. Do you have Maneater? You do. You have Maneater. Okay. He's also not built. All right. So these speeds are much more reasonable, and based on your gear, I'm looking for something that has pretty reasonable speeds. When you have a long page of important considerations, this can be a little bit tricky. You got to make sure that it makes sense. Now this says with Ninja and without Ninja. It didn't look like you didn't have Ninja, right? I didn't think you had Ninja. No Ninja. Okay. That's okay. We don't need Ninja. I'm just making sure. All right. So a Nightmare 4/3 can't take stun as that champ doesn't have unkillable and will likely die too early, throwing the entire comp off balance. Speeds are really tight to run both Ultra Nightmare and Nightmares, so double check in the calculator. Okay. A Nightmare 4/3 can't take the stun, so that's this DPS in the middle. See, it says on that's a little the syntax there is a little bit rough. On Nightmare, 4/3 can't take the stun. So this champion can't take the stun. So if you're going to run a DPS at 4/3, preferably you'd want somebody who is maybe Void Affinity, and you want to direct the stun somewhere else. Let's see. This is a 2-key Ultra Nightmare. This could potentially work. Demitha is running slow here. Maneater's running fast, but we might be able to get one champion to 286. But my guess is we might not even be able to do that. So we're going to have to see what we can do in terms of speeds. Let's go back to the speed tune list and see if there's anybody else. Let's look at the... We have Myth Air Salad because you have Mashalad. So this is actually an option here. But these speeds, yeah, for Demitha are very high. So I'm gonna take that away. I'm looking for anything from like, we can get a tune that's like 250 down, then we'll start looking at something like that. What about Myth Deacon? Let's see what the speeds are here. Very high, Demitha. Way too high. All right, the budget Myth Air. Those speeds are manageable, but we don't really want to do that one. I don't like that one. Not that it's not good, but one, I don't know if you have two Pankeepers. But the other thing is you have your champion roster is so good that we should be able to go past that. Myth Air Alternate. Oh, right. This is the one with Doom Screech. But I think... you can do it with Seeker. Huh. Yeah, that's a little bit of a weird one. Let's see. This would be a good one to do. But I don't know if we can reach these speeds. This would be a good one for you to look into, like moving forward, maybe. But it definitely, like, if you have the right DPS in this, because the DPS is moving at a 3-to-1 speed, you get so many attacks in. I'll actually show you the tune here. So in this particular case, who are they using? They're using Raz and Scarhide. So you can see that once it gets into once it gets into tune, Razin, who is the sort of orange brownish bar here, takes 3 turns every go of the boss. So if you have the right DPS here, you can do a ton of damage. Now, in this particular case, you probably wouldn't run a solo poisoner unless that solo poisoner also had activations, because you could potentially just fill up the debuff bar and then you wouldn't get the maximum value. When you're running a 3-1 DPS, you typically want some kind of like activator. So you could run a ninja would be perfect, right? Or you could potentially run somebody who's like just a really good direct damage dealer. Like even like a whisper could be good. You know, or somebody who doesn't bring a ton of poisons, so you don't worry about filling up the debuff bar. You know, maybe you'd have to see how the debuffs would fill out, because you're going to have a drop defense. In this case, Razin's actually bringing the weaken. I don't think anybody else is bringing the weaken, right? So, all right. Let's just keep looking. Myth Air alternate. Did I already look at that one? Myth Air Salad, Myth Eater, Myth Buster. This is the one I was thinking of. But you don't have Lydia yet. You don't need Lydia in this. You can actually do this with... You can actually run this exact composition with Eris, I believe. But the speeds are... Yeah, the speeds are too high. So the question becomes, do we bother with a speed tune, or do we just start building in the direction with the champions that you need? So again, I'm going to go to this optimizer here, and I like some of these teams. These feel like good teams here. I like this Newt team because Newt's really good. I don't know Gintoro that well. I know he's strong, but I don't personally like own a Gintoro. Let's see what the speeds are here. Yeah, these are all the 298 ones. These are a little bit more, not even. This one's running a Kale. All right, so one of the things I'm thinking is that, let's go and look. Let's go back to the rosters. I just want to make sure we're getting the debuffs that we need. So what does Turvold bring? He brings a weaken on his A1. Okay. Now Cardiel doesn't bring any debuffs. What about Terrace? I don't think he's a clan boss guy really, but I'm just looking. We have a weaken here from... What about Gintoro? What does Gintoro bring? Decreased defense and weaken for 2 turns. And then you activate this passive. Will attack 5 times instead of 1 on every 4th use of this skill against the same target in 1 round. If you could build him in Relentless, if you could find a tune with him in Relentless, this could be really strong. All right. So let's say we were building Gintoro as our damage dealer. Charlotte brings Leech. We don't need really the Leech. Increase crit damage, True Fear, heal reduction. Don't necessarily need that. Decrease defense and weaken. That's all we need. Decrease defense and weaken. That's it. I think that's all you need. Right? And then you just want the unkillable buffs. All right, so let's do a quick check here and see how fast can we get to Mytha. Okay, so I'm gonna shut this down. The only sets we care about are speed, divine speed, not instinct. Is that all we've got? Okay. Yeah, that's all we've got. Okay, so let's do that. And then let's just, whoops. All right, and then let's just look at where we've got speed rolls. Double speed there. We could roll up some stuff, obviously. Triple speed. That might be nice. All right, just to see the absolute fastest, let's go with the absolute fastest that we can find. We could definitely roll some new pieces. Let's roll some pieces. Maybe we'll get lucky. Or we won't. Eight. 11. It feels like I'm tearing apart your arena team right now. So I'm not likely going to use these pieces. I just want to see what our ceiling is. Can look at righteous pieces as well, I suppose. There's 17 on this. It's 19. Let's roll a little bit. Maybe we'll get lucky. That's a good one. That's nice. Let's get a triple speed. Oh, okay. That's very nice. Let's do that instead. All right, now let's see how we're doing here. Single speed. That's 10. Again, we don't care on Demytha, you don't care about anything except the speed number. That's the only thing that you care about. You don't have to worry about any of the other rolls. At least, you know, for a speed tune, for an unkillable speed tune. This is 6, this is 10. What about this? 10, 11, 5, 12 here. The resistance chest plate. That's 11 speed. That's not bad. Let's roll this and see how we do. All right. Come on. Let's get a speed roll. Oh, okay. All right. So it looks like the second best piece I think we saw was 11, right? It's either 10 or 11. So these gloves. Oh, this is 12. All right, let's see if we took that. And then we'd have to go back up to speed for a helmet. And we don't have a lot of winners there. Come on. All right, so that's 11. So that gets us to 282. Let's take a look at the banners. There are no dwarven banners with speed. There are. Okay, there they are. She's already got 14, so she's got the fastest. All right, so we could probably glyph her to the 299. We could probably get here if we totally cannibalized everybody and glyphed out. We could definitely get her to the 299 with glyphs because this piece is insanely fast, and we could just use 3 and 4 star glyphs. Let's say we can get an extra. Yeah, we would have to glyph pretty hard, but we could get it. It feels like we could get it. So that would be tough for your count right now. But I do think that you can start moving in that direction with a Demitha unkillable clan boss team. So what I'm going to start to do is I'm going to start to put together a team. We're not going to speed tune it 100%. We're just going to get it into a place where it feels good, and then we're going to start moving towards that team. So I want to start putting together the idea of that team on the clan boss page here. I just got to be able to see the stream. Where'd the stream go? There it is. Okay. So we're going to go to the clan boss. And let's say we go here. All right, so this is your current clan boss team. Let's go ahead to team setup and start putting together another team. Now, we might want to use champions who are currently built. We'll have to take a look. Actually, yeah, let me take a look before I do that. I'm going to bounce back and forth. This is the chaos of building an arena team. I want to look at this Ruella, because Ruella can be sick. She's not built. Okay, but she is booked. So she has a decreased defense and a weaken. And she also has a turn meter fill, an increased crit rate. She has Phantom Touch. She's 6-star fully ascended. So that Phantom Touch is going to be nasty. It's giving her a lot of extra stats. So I like Ruella here. Charlotte's already built. Tahanarok is built, but not so overwhelmingly. And then here we've got a pretty fast Deacon, but he's got 2 broken sets. We could speed him up by replacing those pieces. And we get our Demitha faster. Let's do that. So if we did, and then if we built Jintoro out, we could potentially build Jintoro out. I really like the idea of adding Cardiel for the ally attack and the block debuffs buff. He has also got the increased crit rate and increased crit damage. And the increased crit damage, if you're running a champion like Jintoro, who's not a poisoner, that additional crit damage matters. But I want to make sure that we're not doubling up on that from somewhere else. Is somebody else bringing that? And I don't think, no, it's increased speed, increased crit damage on all allies. So this would be, so it'd probably be Cardiel or Mashalad. Probably not both. Jintoro's always already bringing a weaken and a decreased defense, so maybe we don't need the Ruella. This is a tricky one. There are a lot of solutions here, but we don't have the gear yet for most of them. This guy's not booked, but we have hundreds of books, right? We have over 100 books. I mean, you've also got Bad Alcazar who can get poisons. You've got Helicath who brings a weaken on his A1. You do have a Painkeeper at 60 who's fully booked, not built. Jeez. Okay, this is just chaos. Turvold brings a weaken. Okay. All right, so I'm going to double check the what I want to do here is I want to oops. Sorry. I want to get on the, I just want to check the stages tool for Ultra Nightmare to see what our accuracy has to be for the clan boss. Clan boss, Ultra Nightmare. Accuracy needs to be 330. I'm sorry, 250. 250. That's, I was thinking it was 225, but it's 250. All right, so we need to get accuracy to 250 to land our debuffs. And if Jintoro's bringing the weaken and the decreased defense, he can weak hit. So, you know, the question is like Turvold better because he's void affinity. And he brings the increased attack, so you don't need an increased attack champion. And then you could potentially bring the decreased defense from somebody else. And I'm just, yeah. All right, so I'm looking at this top one here, this 175 million damage. Now the speeds here are very high for Cardiella and Demitha, but I think you could reach the speeds right now on one of them. Don't think we could reach the speeds on both of them. But I think I'm going to start building you towards that team. I think this is maybe the best team that you can build. Now, we could check it against Void Affinity. Sorry, let's do this. Here we've got Helicath teams. Here's the Jintoro. This is the one that we were thinking about. Or no, it's not. This has got Helicath. This is actually fairly similar to what I run. I just run, instead of Jintoro, I run Ninja, and then I run something like that. I don't actually have Demitha and Helicath on the same team. I have them on two different teams, but all right. Yeah. I think we're going to start building towards that. We're going to start building towards this. We're not going to get all the way there today, but we're going to start moving you towards this team. Okay. So let's start doing it. Let's start doing it. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to put in Clan Boss, Ultra Nightmare. Oh, we're going to have to do Nightmare first. We're going to do a team setup. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to build this. We're going to build this team. So let's see. It's going to be probably Cardiel lead. It has Mashalad. It has Demitha. It has Seeker. I don't know if we have a Seeker here. I think we have a Seeker here somewhere. But I don't, yeah, there's your Seeker. And Jintoro. So I'm going to save this one. And then we're going to start building something that can move us in that direction, because it's going to take you a while to build the Seeker. Maybe not. And get all the gear. So in the meantime, I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a very similar one, but what we're going to do instead is we're going to do this. Actually, you've got chickens. We could make some 6 stars. The question is, how are we doing in terms of pots or brews rather? Doing okay. We've got 5 barrels. We've got, all right, you know what? Let's just build this team. We're not going to reach the speeds, but let's just build this team. So, yeah, let's start ascending the champions. Start with Cardiel. See how far we can go. This guy is so good. So good. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're going to book this guy out. This is your all around, like, I mean, he's one of the best, maybe 3 champions on your roster, and he's probably the best support. I think the other, you have Terrace, who's god tier. But I don't think, and maybe Siffy. And Newt. And 2 Hanorok. I mean, yeah, he's one of your 5 best champions, and I might argue that he's actually your best champion. So we're going to definitely book him out. We're going to build him. And then we need to get our Seeker going. So we need to upgrade ranks. Let's see. Not Orbor. Where is our Seeker? Here's our Seeker. Is our Seeker in the vault? No. The champion training's over, right? So I don't have to do the trick on these. I'm just going to use these to get him to 5. We do want him booked out. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't get any books into the A2 there, but okay, there we go. Now we need to build Jintoro. This is a problem, but we'll just have to deal with that when we deal with that. Sorry, I know these could have gone into clan v clan points, and he's in my clan. But okay, so that feels pretty good. And then let's just see how fast we can get Demitha right now. And then we need Seeker. We don't need Seeker that fast, but Demitha has to be fast and Cardiel has to be fast. So let's take a look at rebuilding these champions. Just these 2, we're going to try to get them as fast as we possibly can. Oh, I did want to check your arena team so I don't destroy your arena team. Nice arena team. Very nice. You could also potentially bring in Wukong here. You could do this. that'll give you a bigger speed aura, and then he can remove buffs from your enemy champions. And like Siffi's god tier in arena, but she's not usually built for this style of arena. Not really, I guess. Like if you're just trying to nuke him out, this quad is going to work a little bit better than this one. Do you have something going on, son?
No, I just saw Runekeeper Dazzler and like great arena team. I'm like, I know why.
Well, I mean, Leorius the Proud is god tier arena nuker, like amongst the best in the entire game. And then all of these champions are really good, but like this, I would probably look for, like, if you want to go first team, you want the biggest speed aura that you can get. So this is an additional 9% speed, which just means you're going to win more speed races. Runekeeper Dazzler is probably your fastest champion here, I'm assuming, at 231. Let's check the speeds here. 231, 212. Yeah. So that's right. Where is your Wukong? Your Wukong's at, so yeah, you could potentially speed up this guy. I would definitely put him in the lead. That's going to get everybody a little bit faster. But so I don't want to strip your Runekeeper Dazzler or your Deacon, or your Wukong. I think we can strip Siffi because I don't think she's in the right spot anyway. So we could potentially strip some of her stuff. But she's also very good. I don't want to ruin her for you. She's a great, great champion in every place. Okay. So let's go back to the champions, and we are building the Thrala fast. We're going to get her fast. We're not going to strip from those people though. Okay. And then equipped fitting room. We can pull. Let's just check our tack. 196. Yeah, he's your everywhere carry. So we also can't strip him. Okay. He's your everywhere carry. We definitely need 6-star speed boots on her if we can get them. But we want them from a set that makes sense. It doesn't matter for her. Like, her set doesn't have to make sense. We could get extra damage from a toxic set for her. Sure, why not? That would not be awful. We could put her in a frost set. Absolutely, it would not be awful. Accuracy. She doesn't use accuracy. Let's try toxic for now. Let's see. Let's see if we can find toxic with substats of speed. See if we've got any like double or triple rolled in the speed here. Get a little bit of extra damage out of her. We're not going to get fast enough with the toxic set. What am I? That's silly. Let's not do. Let's not do. I don't want to go down that route. You're just going to have to rebuild her. So realistically, she needs speed boots. All right. So what you're going to need to do here is you're going to need to get into campaign. This is something you can do later. You're going to want to rebuild some of these champions. Get into campaign. Go to 666 brutal, right? So you want to go to Palace of Aravia. You want to just farm speed boots, get 5-star common speed boots if you can. Just get as many speed boots in the speed set as you can so that you can start building fast champions, because that's one of the easiest ways to get speed. And as you level up champions, you can just do that there and get some of these speeds going. So yeah, I'm going to take this off of Allure, unfortunately. And then let's start looking at substats with speed. And like we said, we're going to try to pull this off of we're going to try to not pull off of too many champions. Let's roll this up. See if we get lucky with the double speed roll here. Oh no, we had that weapon, didn't we? We had that the righteous weapon that triple rolled. Yeah, we're going to take that. Actually, that's going to go on Cardiel. Never mind. That's going to go on Cardiel. We'll take this double speed. Yeah, we'll take this double speed. All right. All right, so we need at least one more good piece. None of these pieces are particularly good for her. We'll use this. We'll use this helm. Okay. Let's go back up here. Let's roll up this shield. If it rolls too many times in accuracy, we'll have to go to somebody else because she doesn't use accuracy really. And also doesn't give us any speed. Yeah, we might have to take that from Sify. Okay. We're up to 242. Let's keep pushing. That's nice. That's fine. We can just take that. Doesn't matter if it's flat HP. We don't care. That's fine too. Let's take that. That gets her to 269. We don't care about most of this. I'm just going to try to get her a little bit more speed. There's a speed. Very good. Let's see. Ouch. Come on. $272. All right. That's good for now. All right. So we got her a lot of extra speed. She's at 272. Now let's start building Cardiel. We don't have to worry about him too much with the other piece. Now he's a cleanser and you're going to want to use him in a lot of places. So we're actually going to look to put as much righteous on him as we can. So this was the triple speed. We want resistance on him and we want speed on him. We can go damage on him. That's fine. Or we can go tankiness on him. That's fine. He's going to be on an unkillable clan boss team at some point. So if you need the damage out of him, he does decent damage. He gets a lot of extra attacks in, which is really nice. This piece right here is pretty nice for him. Get that resistance chest piece. Then you can always have a cleanser with good resist. So maybe that's worth it. It looks like that might be is that the fastest piece as well? Looks like it is. All right, so let's just put that on him. Let's look for some speed boots. Let's try on these for a second. I'm not loving what we've got here. But maybe Let's roll this and see if this rolls into speed. That's a good roll. Get one more. It's only 4. Which is a little bit disappointing. That's fine. Let's do that. And then we'll do this one. And then I think... I guess we'll do this one for now. He's at 180. We haven't rolled his boots yet. Let's go ahead and get him over 200. 216. It's not too bad. Yeah, this is the thing. We can't get his banner on him without him being 5-star ascended. So you're also going to have to get into the potion keeps and get some potions going. So you're going to want to spend time in there this week. Now he's got 178 resist. If you can get a banner, a resist banner with speed on it, you know, you might want to get into Spider and start looking for that. You're going to need that to help him reach his speeds. Then you're going to have to rebuild this guy. You're probably going to need to take those, these pieces. What are they? Retaliation. Probably take those off, put speed on him, or put more righteous. Oh, wait a second. We can't make any more righteous, can we? We can make some righteous. Let's make some righteous. Righteous. No, we can't make righteous. Where? That's stuck on resilience. I wanted to make righteous. We do have instinct, but we don't care about instinct on cardio. Okay. So he's about where we're going to have him for today. It doesn't matter what his stats are. Like, you probably want him tanky. So, like, that's good. Just get that to 8. Okay. Masteries. You're going to need masteries on them. And when you do masteries, typically what you're going to do for Cardiel is you're going to go down the support tree and then the offense tree for War Master. You want War Master on him. He joins attacks. He does, you know, extra attacks, more attacks than most people, but they're all single target attacks. So you want that. And then you also want all the healing boosts. Just the regular healing boosts. You don't need the shield boost. And then, you know, that would be the mastery track for this. And then now we have to build Gintoro. So now Gintoro, we're actually going to look into that instinct set, I think. Now we don't need him too fast. I think he can actually be under 200, like 185, 190 or something. You can glyph him the rest of the way. So let's see if we can do that with attack percentage boots on him. We do want some accuracy on him. We do want, potentially, if we can get it, we want crit damage gloves with crit rate substats. These do have some accuracy, so we'll see if we can hit our thresholds there. He's going to get the 30% extra crit rate buff, right? Because Cardiel brings it. So you can build in the 70% crit rate, but that's all we need to get to. So that's going to be fine. That's going to be plenty. Let's see. So let's go with... Let's do this. See what this is here. All right, this is your arena nuker. I don't want to mess with that. This has a lot more speed. This has crit damage. This does not. We've already started stripping her of stuff. And she doesn't need attack percentage chest plate. Like she could have a defense or an accuracy chest plate. Like you don't need her to have attack percentage chest plate. So I'm going to take that off of her. And then let's see. So now we're looking at these 3 and we need substats of crit rate. And we need at least a couple of pieces in this set here. And we do need accuracy. How's our accuracy? It's at 53. We need it at, what was it? 250. We need to get to 250 here. Ooh, that's not going to be easy. But for Nightmare, we don't need 250. I think we need 225. That's good. 15% crit rate there. All right. And then let's try this one. Need that crit rate, though. Triple speed. I really like perception. Let's see. Let's check the perception. That's a nice piece for it. This is also a decent piece. Let's look at the chess piece as well, because maybe we can get a better chess piece.
Just to interject quickly.
Yeah.
Neo said you can buy the masteries if you need them.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks. This is not bad. And she's not your arena drop defense. I know you have her on your current clan boss team. But that would work okay for him. No, what am I talking about? That's not for him. That's for, who was I thinking for this for? This would actually be fine for, like, that'd be good for your deacon. We need attack percentage. Yeah, okay, so we don't really have that there. Crit rate. This is nice. This is not too bad. All right, I'm just trying to find pieces that match what we need now. We definitely need more crit rate. We can get to 70. That's what we need to get to. This is a double roll. That's a single roll. This is a single roll. So we could roll up those gloves. We could try. Did those gloves have crit rate on them? I don't think they did, right? That's why I got rid of them. No, they do have crit rate. Let's roll this. See if this rolls in crit rate a couple of times. Yeah, that's good. Let's get another one. Come on. Can roll another crit rate. Come on. Yes. Okay, those are actually beautiful now. Let's make sure we have. All right, so now all we need is 6% crit rate on the chest. In the perception set, preferably, there are no pieces in the perception set with crit rate, and the only one available here is that. Okay. We don't have masteries yet. You're going to get 5% from masteries. You are going to get 5% from masteries. So we are not going to have the accuracy. We are not going to be that close to the accuracy either. But you can get an accuracy banner and potentially swap out speed gear for perception. All right, we're going to go there. We're going to land on that. That's going to get us our 70% crit rate. Let's go ahead and max these out because these are awesome. Maybe they'll give us speed. They did. How beautiful are those gloves? Those are awesome. Let's max these out. Maybe it'll give us crit damage. HP is fine. Okay. All right. So again, as you level this guy up and you get a masteries, same thing with the masteries here. You're going to want, in this case, you're going to want War Master, and you might want the accuracy here. You can go into Lore of Steel. That's going to give you more stats in terms of accuracy and speed. You're going to want to make sure you do your masteries before you do your speed tune. Right? Obviously, you still have gear to collect, so your speed tune is further away than your masteries. You can always buy masteries with gems if you need to. And if you want, like, let me do this guy's masteries. I can do this guy's masteries for you. Let's see. Yeah, so what I would probably do here is something like this. Let's go ahead and buy some masteries. All right, so I want that. I want that. So this is the basic track on the left here. And then for accuracy, we're going to go with this. We're going to get to the Lore of Steel. Now you want to extend debuffs or place debuffs. So this is a chance to extend the duration of any debuff. So that's going to give you more uptime on the weaken and the decreased defense. So you want that. Now, the rest of them are fairly negotiable. You can do a lot of different things. So I'll let you decide, where you want to do that. A lot of people choose this, the Heart of Glory. You're going to have 100% HP on an unkillable team. So you could do that. That's probably where I would go. And then the rest of it's fairly negotiable. Okay, so he's in a pretty good place. He's not there. He's not fast enough yet, but he's not that far away. 178. He only needs to run it like what's he running at on the website? He's running at 195. So you can probably get him to 195, or close to it. Once you get that banner, that's all you're going to need. This is 178. If you get 17 speed, if you get one roll of speed out of your banner, you can glyph the rest of the way and you will get home. But again, you'll probably have to change to get to accuracy. So you're going to want an accuracy banner, and then you're going to want some more accuracy on the substats. You're probably going to want to swap out these speed pieces for perception pieces. That's going to lose you some speed, but gain you some 40 accuracy. And again, your goal is to get eventually to 250 accuracy on this guy. You will have this extra accuracy play, so that's something to consider. When you have no skills on cooldown, you get an extra 20, and then you're going to get an extra 4 for the clan boss just because he's a single target. So that will play. Another thing is consider your Great Hall and consider your area bonuses. So if you're doing live arena, you can come in here to your area bonuses And as you get these medals, you can look at the Demon Lord battle, and you want to go for accuracy here in the Demon Lord battle. That's going to help you get that accuracy if you don't have it. Okay. So let me just check all of our champions now. So Demitha's built. He's faster. Cardiel's built, right? Cardiel's built. Gintoro's built now. And then our two others were... I've forgotten. Who were our two others? Mashalad and Seeker. Right? Mashalad and Seeker. Okay. So we're going to leave Mashalad basically untouched for now. Let's just make sure I didn't strip him of anything. Yeah, okay, so he's still available. Definitely run up his speed boots. Get him all the way as fast as you can. Yeah, so right now 186 is not bad because his final speed needs to be 189. You know, so you're close there. And then let's get your Seeker built. I don't know why I can't find your Seeker for some. There he is. All right. All right, let's get some level up. You know what? Let's do this. Boom. Do this too. Now, there are two different ways you can do Seeker. You can do him down the offense track, and since you're going into Clan Boss with him, that's what I would do. Or you could go down the defense track. You can also do that. You can actually do offense, defense. You can do offense support. You have, you know, those two options in terms of Clan Boss, but you're going to want to, again, run him down here for War Master. So that's the key. Now, what I would recommend, typically I don't run him in the defense track, although you can get him to counterattack because he has that A1 and he provokes. And if you have the War Master, which you do when he counterattacks, you know, that would be good. The problem with the counterattacks here for the Clan Boss is this requires somebody to lose, you know, he has to lose 25% of his max HP, which he's not going to do on an unkillable Clan Boss team. So I would probably run him down the support tree, and I would get him, well... You're going to run him in other places. I'm trying to think of where you'd run him in other places. What's the best? Maybe you could decide that later. I don't even know that it matters. One of the things you don't want to do is you don't want to hit any of the turn meter ones. So like if you come down the support tree, you have to watch out for rapid response. And you have to watch out for not Swarm Spider. Where's the other one? Arcane Celerity. You can't use either of these. You cannot use either of those for a Clan Boss tune. Okay, so you don't need the defensive. Yeah, you don't need the defenses for the... This is what I would do. Let's just do this. This is what I would do. Because you're going to want his provokes for Hydra Clan Boss. You need to miss these two. So let's see. You don't want to increase his speed. Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take this. And then you can't extend provokes, but you can extend the increase attacks if you want, or you could increase the chance, but you can't increase the chance of provoke. So I don't even know where you would end with this guy on this one. maybe you could do this. This doesn't mess you up in Clan Boss for a speed tune because allies would have to die and it's an unkillable Clan Boss team. So you could do that. And that would help him, get faster in other areas. But these are the two that you have to. So, all right. And now let's build him. Now he doesn't have to be that fast either. We do want him to be accurate. So maybe we'll put some accuracy boots on him. Defense resist. Accuracy, good. Let's do that. Good. You can build them for damage if you want, or you can build them for tankiness. They're both good. Against the clan boss, it's not going to matter so much, but in Hydra, you might want him kind of tanky. So let's make sure that he has some accuracy. Yeah, that's fine. All right. That actually might be even better. It almost doesn't matter what stats you put on. It almost doesn't matter. It does matter, but it almost doesn't. You just need accuracy and speed. All right. We're going to be just fine with this build. $178. You're getting close. Again, you're going to get a banner, so potentially you can get speed there. For this build, he needs to run at 193. So you're within striking distance with glyphs and, any speed on your banner at all, you're fine. So you're basically there with this build. So let's go ahead and equip that and we'll get, yeah, that looks nice. Okay. All right. So now let's go look at what the team looks like here. Okay, so I think we've got everybody booked out now. We've got everybody built out. They're not speed tuned yet, but the good news is nobody is over the speed. You don't want to accidentally build somebody faster than the speed and then have to drop them back. So this is a good starting point. You can just add to the power of this team incrementally as you get the gear. Make sure that you can go ahead and hit those speed tunes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a screenshot of the tune that we're going for, the speed tune that we're going for. We'll have to put it into the Clan Boss calculator later to see how it works. So that's something we can do in Discord. But yeah, so if you want, actually, let's just make sure that we have it here. So it's this top one, right? And so we just want to look at, no, we can't look at the theme, but this is the variation. So those are the speeds. Now, any of these speeds would work. So for instance, the speeds here are a little bit different than the speeds up top. You can see Mashalet has a different speed. They would both work. We'll have to get into the Clan Boss calculator and see how they actually build out. But for right now, let's go ahead and see how this does in Nightmare. I'm kind of curious. I don't have them set up the right way. This is not the order that they should be. I'm curious to see how Jintoro does. Now, this is a Void Affinity boss, which is really good. But I could see this being a 2-key Nightmare. It might be a 3-key Nightmare right now. We might not be all the way there. What is your current damage on Nightmare? Like, I didn't even look. Do you know how much your like 1-key Nightmare team is? All right, we got stunned there. Cardiel got stunned, and he's our cleanser, so that's not good. Demytha's block damage went up at a bad time there as well. The really nice thing about this team, though, is you have potentially 2 ways to cleanse the stun. So Cardiel could be the block debuffs for the slow, and Demytha could be the cleanse for the stun, or it could be that Cardiel is both, depending on the speed tune.
Hey, Cole, you're not showing the game right now.
Oh, I'm not?
Nope. Tell Hades.
No. Well, thanks for that. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm running the team. This is more interesting. So I think with the right speed tune, you're going to get over 1 million per turn on this. Probably on Ultra Nightmare, too. You'll get over 1 million per turn. And so, you know, that's going to be 50 million on Nightmare. And it's going to be, 50 million potentially on Ultra Nightmare, which means, that's a 2-key Ultra Nightmare and a 1-key Nightmare. Once you get it speed tuned. And you're not far away. Literally, the only thing you have to worry about is speed gear. So right now there is a dragon tournament going on with, super raids. You could just drop 5,000 energy into that and see if you can get some good speed gear. Get into your faction crypts to make sure you're farming for forged materials and put it all into perception. So you want as many good perception pieces as you can, because your Jintoro is going to need that accuracy. He's the only one who's really bringing the debuffs. So if he doesn't have the accuracy, then you don't have the debuffs. So you can see right now, we don't have a weaken, we don't have a decreased defense. And we're at, 2/3 of a million, maybe 3/4 of a million per turn. But that, just the decreased defense and weaken, will increase that to 1 million per turn easy. So once you get Jintoro with the accuracy that he needs, remember, you're also going to need to get into Spider to farm those accuracy banners and with speed substats. So Faction Crypts is going to help you with glyphs if you need glyphs. It's going to help you with forged materials. And then the the rest of the gear has to come from either campaign or dragon. So I think this is the speed tune. Already it's doing quite well. It is not tuned. You see there, we had the block damage up though. That was beautiful, right? The damage is not bad. I mean, we've got the weaken and the decreased defense on now, but we haven't had it on the whole fight. You're going to continue to get more damage onto these champions, especially as you finish all the masteries. All right. So I think potentially, this will absolutely be a one key nightmare team. You won't have to look for another team. And your ultra, it looks like, if we can speed tune it properly, we'll get it into the calculator. And so I just wanted to show you that before we go. I want to show everybody this because the calculator is a thing that like you need to work on a little bit. So let's see, was there a speed tune? I don't think there was a particular speed tune. Okay, so let me get out of this. Let's just get to okay. So let's just go ahead and go to the calculator. And so this is what we're going to do here. We're going to put in our team. So Cardiel is going to be our lead. We're going to have, let's say we have Seeker here. Then we're going to have Mashalad. And then we're going to have Tamitha. And then down here, we're going to have Jintoro. All right, so I've just added all of those over there. Let me get myself out of the way here. There. There we go. Now I'm looking. No, I'm looking over there. All right. So now we want to get those speeds in from this. So now we just take these speeds. So it's 299, 298 for our two fastest. 299, 298. Now, normally you would have to put in your sets here, but we're just gonna look to see if the speed tune works. We're not actually gonna like look at your gear yet because we're not even there. But we just want to make sure that the speed tune works and where it works, and what tweaks we have to make so that we know when we're gearing what we need. So we have 193, 189, 193. This was 189. And then I think Jintoro was what, 185? 185. So this is just that particular one. Okay. Now, let's put in the 19% speed aura because I'm pretty sure we're going to need that. And the question is, does it tune? So we need Demitha at the bottom of each turn. So what this is probably what's happening here, and this could be a complicated tune, is you can see what we need is Demitha's our unkillable clan boss component. Her A3 is the unkillable skill. It needs to fire at the bottom of every single round. It needs to fire before the AoE 1. It needs to fire before the AoE 2. It needs to fire before the stun. And it can't have anybody go after it because it's a one-turn block damage buff. So we have three potential things that could be throwing. Well, actually, two potential skills that could be throwing us off here in terms of the tune actually lining up. And the first is going to be where Seeker goes. Like, does he delay his A2 by a turn, by 2 turns, by 3 turns, by 5 turns? How long does he delay his A2? His A2 is the turn meter fill. The second thing is going to be Mashalad's speed boost. Now, Mashalad's speed boost is on his A2, I think. His increased speed. So where that lands is also going to matter. And we don't know because I don't have the premium version of the Hell Hades thing. We don't know where that is. Now, also the priority of the speed boost could matter. So for instance, we might want it as the more important skill. We might want it as the less important skill. It's on a 3-turn cooldown, so it shouldn't really matter. They should line up if they're both in terms of a 3-turn cooldown. But so let's go ahead and just delay Seeker by a turn and see if that changes anything. And it does drastically. And here it goes into tune. That's all we had to do. We delayed Seeker's A2 by 1 turn. And all of a sudden, it goes into tune all by itself. Now you'll notice at the very beginning, it's not in tune yet. It doesn't actually tune up until this turn 5, right? So this is where Demitha hits her unkillable. No, she doesn't. We don't have it right, but we have to change Demitha's skills. But this is where Demitha's unkillable would land for the first time. So we have to probably just prioritize this a little bit. Now her unkillable is what? Where is her unkillable? Is it on her A2 or A3? I always forget. Where are you, Demitha? There you are. It's the A3, right? Yeah, A3. Okay. So in this case, that's the priority. But what we may need to do is delay that by a turn. Let's see what happens. There it is. Okay, that actually delayed for some reason, that changed the tune enough that here it was in tune on turn 5, and all of a sudden here it's in tune on turn 8. Now that may still be fine. That may not matter. That may be okay. But we'll have to see. Now, what it looks like with this tune is that Cardiel goes first in every turn. He is also going 3 times. So he's going to need to cleanse at the top of every turn order. Actually, that may be not true. He may be able to block debuffs at the bottom of every turn order because he has a 2-turn block debuffs. So let's see if it depends on this round, the first 2 rounds. Before it becomes speed tuned, we have to worry about the slow on Spirit Affinity, right? So we can turn this to Spirit Affinity, and you actually see the debuffs come out. That actually changed the speed tune. So that could be what happened. That could be why that changed. Let's see. All right, so we're going to have to work on this a little bit to see where this... So that speed tunes quickly. This speed tunes here. But Demitha's skill's in the wrong place. And if you change it, it changes the speed tune. Now, you can also mess with the speeds. You can change them individually. You can like speed people up by 1 or 2 or change them. So maybe like extra speed. Yep, see extra speed from Gentoro changes things slightly. So he can't go at 186. He, has to go at 185. Or maybe, when we change the tune here, maybe the 186 helps. Almost. That almost works. So now we have to mess around with that. So this is where the premium version of the Hell Hades website would help us. But if we go back to Void Affinity, right, we can probably get this to speed tune a little bit more easily. And then we can worry about tweaking it for Spirit Affinity. But here we've got the A3 in tune on turn 8. So as long as the speed doesn't get messed up, or nobody dies before turn 8, or the stun doesn't land in the wrong place before turn 8, on turn 8, it gets into tune and you're completely fine. So it looks like these speeds will tune. It's just whether or not they'll tune fast enough against, a particular affinity boss. Now, the thing that could mess up this speed tune is you can't have Cardiel. It looks like you can't have Cardiel take the stun. Maybe, depending on where we're using the block. We'll have to see how that works in Spirit Affinity. And then as long as Cardiel's not taking the stun, it shouldn't get thrown off. But if somewhere in the early round, like after the first stun, let's say after the first stun, you have to make sure that Cardiel cleanses it. Looks like he does. And then after the second stun, where's the A2? The A2's here. Now, Gentoro can take the stun. That won't throw anything off. Nobody else can take the stun unless they're instantly cleansed. Right? So, again, coming into tune in turn 8 is a little bit late. I would prefer it to be a little bit faster than that. But That's where we are right now. All right, I'm getting some technical issues now. What's going on here? Son, is there any issue with the stream?
Everything looks okay so far on the stream.
Okay. Yeah, I might be freezing up here. I have lost control of my PC.
Making a break for it.
Trying to see if I can close anything down, but I can't actually control my mouse right now. Hello?
Yeah, everything's good on this end.
Yeah, my computer is freezing up. This happened last week too. The stream, we had to break the stream. I don't know if it's just my monitor. Because like I have two monitors and one monitor seems to be working fine. And the other one is not working. Yeah, that fixed it. Okay, it was just my monitor? Okay. Anyway. All right, so that's the speed tune. That's definitely what I would take. Obviously, we're going to have to tweak it. We're going to have to get it to work right, but shoot for the speeds. Shoot for getting close to the speeds. As we get closer to the speeds, we'll get into that Clan Boss calculator. We'll take a look at it and we'll see if we can't find the tweaks that are going to make it work. If you happen to have, or if somebody in the community happens to have a premium membership here, you can actually view this team and get like all the specifics, and it'll tell you like, who goes first and what their speeds are and what their skill usage is and all that stuff. So you can always try that as well. I'm sure there's somebody in the community who has it. I just don't happen to have it right now. I should get it. I don't know why I don't have it. Just that, I guess I built my Clan Boss team a while ago and I haven't. Yeah. So you can come here and view team and it gives you this kind of screen, but you need to have the premium membership. So, all right. So I think you're most of the way there. It would be cool to like finish it off today, but we don't have the gear for it. So I'm just going to end there and pass the account back to you because that was a 2-hour takeover. Let me shut some stuff down. You have any questions? Okay. All right. So, son, why don't we do a reset on the wheel of takeover and let's get some other takeovers in here. I'm not going to be doing another massive Clan Boss rebuild today, but that was fun. That's been a while since I've had the opportunity to like really build a team, and having all those resources and all that silver and all that, all those books and stuff. That was cool. But that's going to be your one key nightmare. Hopefully full auto, all affinity team. And that's a crazy place to be. Once you get there, you just start pulling in, the tomes and the shards, and you can just click once. It saves you like an hour of work every day. It's just fantastic. So, Neo, thanks for the takeover. And yeah, let's get somebody else in here for another takeover.
Yeah, we actually already have our next winner.
Oh, we do. That's right. We have Granite.
Yeah, if you recall, we've got Granite. So
let me message Granite. Is Granite still here?
Yep, I checked in with Granite maybe 5-10 minutes ago, somewhere around there. He is still here.
Okay.
So Granite, if you hear this, go ahead and just message Cole directly.
I've got the info. I like your password. All right. It does have two-factor authentication, so got to wait for that.
We've got Live Wild with $2 donation for Hell Hades Premium Optimizer someday.
There you go. That's a good call. I should do that.
Thank you.
I don't know how much Hell Hades Premium is, but that might be enough. Thank you, Liv. That was very generous. It says, error, YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Is anybody experiencing buffering right now?
There was a little bit when you're playing around with the monitor issue, but it's fine now.
Okay. We'll do my little transform, flip me back. You're welcome, Liv. And it is a good thought. In fact, while we're waiting, actually, we might not have to wait. I got the code. That's all right. We'll do what we can do. What is it that you're looking for some help with, Granite? I get sucked into these super long takeovers. I need Mr. Fudan and his... No, Mr. Fudan was the first one. He was the Fire Knight 25 takeover that took 2.5 hours. Progress with the champs you have and Doom Tower. Okay, well, let's look at the champs that you have. You have a Crizia. Congratulations. You have won the game. You also have Gentoro. Oh, you've got Shuzen, maybe? I don't know how to pronounce that exactly. Shuzen, the Valorous. That's fantastic. You do have a Vizix who's on her way up. You probably got her recently, I'm assuming. You have a Demitha, Hoskerl. Ooh, you got a Lady Annabelle. Got a Seeker down here, Royal Guard, Urgrim. Got some great champions. Ultin of the Shell is not a champion I'm super familiar with, nor is Tremaria. You've got double Ultins. I want to look at Tremaria for a second because I don't know this champion, and she's kind of cool looking. AoE decrease speed, 50% chance. AoE stun at 100% chance, and a decreased turn meter. Cleanse and turn meter fill. Immune to sleep. And 23% speed buff in all battles. That's a crazy strong speed aura. She's something. She's interesting. AoE stun, AoE slow. And a couple of turn meter fills? Yeah. Oh no, decreased turn meter. And then a turn meter fill. Wow. She's a cool champion. I don't know what I would do with her necessarily yet, but you've got your Crizia. Okay. These are your 60s. I'm looking at your 60s. This is a 6-star Akemptum who's built. Okay. Am I buffering again?
No, everything looks good here.
All right.
I'll let you know if it becomes an
issue. Keep an eye on it.
Yep.
Yep. I'm having some issues. Let me see. I don't know what's going on. What would be slowing me down? Ain't nothing gonna slow me down. Yep, I'm having some shit. Let me try this again. This whole thing with my monitor helped before. Yeah, so there must be something going on either with my GPU or something. Because when I switch to my second monitor, everything works fine. Hey, we got another super tip or whatever that is. Stefan Markley, $2. Thank you. 2/3 to premium. There we go. Awesome. Is it $5.99? Is that what it is? If we get another $2, we can go buy premium right now. We should do that. We should do that. My account seems lost and all over the place. Okay. All right, so unfortunately, I'm going to stay off of this monitor for just a minute. I'm going to be looking over here. But you guys should be able to see the account, and you should see me. Yes, okay. So let's go back to that roster. So the account seems all over the place. Let's check out your locations, because you've got a number of 6 stars. But let's go ahead and look at your dungeons and see how far you've progressed. Stage 25. How about Spider's Den? Stage 22. Fire Knight, stage 20. Okay, so pretty good there. That's all good. Clan Boss, let's look at your Clan Boss key. Where are you? Are you in Nightmare? What's the name of this account? Because this wasn't the same name. Lunar Midnight 4. Lunar Midnight. So you're doing 14 million on a key in Ultra Nightmare, which is just barely a 5 key. So you could definitely use some help there. You've got a decent group of champions there, but I'm assuming that's not a speed tune. Because if it was a speed tune, you'd be getting more than a 5 key so far. In Nightmare, let's see, how are you doing? We don't know. Okay. Let's see, actually in Nightmare, are you getting the quick battle? You are getting quick battle, so you're probably doing pretty well there. Okay. Let's see where you are in Doom Tower. You're doing well on normal, you're pushing up. This is floor 80. What's your account level?
Oh, I gotta stop in and break things up for a second. Cool, take a look.
Take a look at what?
Neo.
Ooh, Neo! Dude.
Ooh.
Thank you, Neo. That is a huge donation. $100. Wow, thank you so much. That is fantastic. Let me give some love to all of you guys. I want to make sure that I do that. What are these things? I don't even know what these buttons are. But Neo, thank you so much, buddy. That is fantastic. I'm glad you enjoyed the takeover enough to support the channel. And yeah, thanks for everybody who was getting the ball rolling there. That is fantastic. We will have to make sure that for our very next stream we have HH Premium.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's going to happen. Thank you. In fact, we'll just like buy a year, Neo. That's what we'll do. We'll just buy a year worth of premium. And anything else will go towards fixing this monitor problem. I don't know what the heck is going on right now. Okay, so the Doom Tower seems to be going okay, and you've pushed up here today. You've used your keys. This roster should be able to clear normal pretty easily. Let's look at your arena. You are in gold 2. And let's check out your arena team. All right. We have our mission. We have our mission. Let's get this guy. I'm sorry. Let's get this account. A better arena team here. right, this is gonna hurt my neck looking over here. All right, so let's look at the roster. You've got Artak in regen, so he's your all-around carry. He's running a little bit slow at 162. You'd probably, if you're going to have him in a regen set, and if you're going to run him this way, you want him over 200 speed if you can get him there. And that's actually more important in some ways than like having, you know, like you have almost 70,000 HP here. You could drop him down to 60,000 HP and run him at 200 or 220, and that he would be just as survivable, if not more so. So, you know, you want to consider where you need to get speed onto him. 6-star boots if you can, but you need speed substats. And it looks like, you know, you do not have very many speed substats here. So that is something that could definitely help you. Just take a look at the gear. I mean, you've got a lot of gear. Probably use with gear cleanse. You don't need all of this stuff. Like this set here, Frenzy, you know, you only want to keep absolutely perfect pieces in Frenzy because you're never going to use it as a set. You'd only use it as broken pieces. Otherwise, just sell it and get the silver. We've got Relentless set. You can use Artak and Relentless too. He's good there. All right, you've got a lot of gear. Let's see. Let's look at this roster. All right, so I'm gonna do a little bit of a search here. What we're looking for, actually, let me take a quick look at the anybody hiding in there. 3 paid months. Okay. Now Acrisia. All right. Let's look for your arena team. You got a Rotos. You've got a Skull Crown. I don't know about this alternate shell. He's a shield. All right, you've got your Wukong at 50. You've got your Skull Crown at 50. I like these 2 champions for arena a lot. You've got Stagnite, who gives you a drop defense. All right, let's look for other effects. We're going to go to positive effects, and what we want is an increase of turn meter. So fill turn meter. Let's see who gives you turn meter. Runekeeper Dazdirk. And then Shu. So this is your speed lead. All right, so this is, yeah, we want her. We want her. We've got a Seeker. We've got a Seeker and a Runekeeper. They're both good. I would probably, if you haven't built out a Seeker, I would probably build out a Seeker even before Runekeeper. Okay, so you have a couple of options here. This could be interesting. So let me just double check. What else do we want? We want to decrease defense. Let's make sure we get a decreased defense. I mean, we have the Stagnite, but I want to see who else we have. So that. Oh. You have Madame Seraph. Okay. That's all you need. Yeah, that's all you need. You have a beautiful arena team. You haven't built it yet, but you have a beautiful arena team. So I'm going to show you. We're going to do the same thing we did with the last one here. Let's go ahead and go to arena. And we're going to build you a team. For the future. So the way this is going to work is we are going to go like. So here's the deal. We can use Wukong, and if you like Wukong, then we can use him instead. And it makes things a little bit different. Like what we would do here, I'll give you two options. You can have Sun Wukong as your aura lead, and then you're going to need a increase attack and turn meter fill, and you then need a decrease defense, right? So in order to do that, you could do somebody like Stag Knight's going to be your decreased defense, and then we would want your Seeker here for turn meter fill. Now, Seeker has a nice big turn meter fill. It's 30%. He should be your fastest champion. That should go into Stag Knight with the drop defense, or into the Wukong, depending if you want to strip buffs first or if you want to strip buffs after you lay down the debuffs from Stag Knight. So in terms of speed, right, this would be, actually, you would probably want it more like this, because Seeker's got a passive that can keep your team alive. So you want that. And then I would probably just go into your nuker. Now, your nuker for now can be a Crizia. She can hit pretty hard. You can also go with a Rhodos, but he is single target, so obviously he's not going to just wipe out the enemy team in one go, although he has an extra turn mechanic, I know. And with Wukong in the lead and everybody hitting, you may be able to do some real damage here. You also have provokes on the Seeker, and those can play, and that's kind of nice. So you could do that, or you could come down here and get your Skull Crown. So this would be a team that I would save. Like, this is an option here. The issue with this option is that you only have one turn meter fill, so the speed requirements are going to be higher. Now, the other option here would be to go with Shuzhen. Have her be your aura. It's going to be 2% extra speed, right? She's a turn meter filler and a turn meter decreaser on the enemy. That's going to give you a lot of leeway to play with. And then you can still bring in your Seeker, right, as your turn meter fill and increase attack. By the way, if you don't want Seeker there, or, you know, for whatever reason, let's say you're building him for a clan boss speed tune and you need that roll faster, that's where you can go for Runekeeper Dazzler. So he gives a 25% turn meter fill instead of 30%, so it's a little bit less than Seeker's, but his base speed, I think, is a little bit higher, and he has an increased attack as well, and he's, you know, you can build him nice and tanky, and he's usable in a lot of places. He has a cleanse. So this second spot can be Seeker or it can be Runekeeper Dazzler. They're both very good. Seeker is a champion you're going to want to build, but then you may speed tune into a clan boss team, and he might not be able to continue playing that role in arena because he's not going to be fast enough. If you have a second Seeker, like, that's one thing that I used to do. I used to run one in clan boss and one in arena, but you can also just alleviate the problem with Runekeeper Dazzler. Now, when you get to your Arbiter would fill, you know, that spot. Now, you still need your drop defense. So in this case, you know, you could bring in Stag Knight again, and for now, that's probably a good idea. But you can do this now. We don't have Sun Wukong as the buff stripper, so now you can actually put in Madame Sarah. She is going to strip the enemy buffs, and she's going to drop defense. And then again, you can put in your nuker behind that champion. Now, by the way, your arena nuker doesn't have to be Skull Crown. It doesn't have to be a Crizia. It could even be Sun Wukong. You know, so you could go with something like this. So basically, you have two different options for each of the roles. You have two different options for the aura and the first champion. You have two options for the increased attack and turn meter fill. You have two options for the drop defense. You have two options for the strip debuffs. Strip buffs, and then you have two options for your nuker here. But this is what your team should probably look like. You know, as you're moving forward, you want to get that Go First Arena team. And this is what that team should look like. Now, for right now, in terms of like what you've got on the board, just in terms of your 60s, right? Like what team could you create out of this group that would be really effective? And oh, I didn't even see. You've got I didn't even see this. You've got Magnar. So you don't need Skullcrown. You've got Magnar. You're all good there. So Magnar can be, I mean, you could still build your Skullcrown because she's awesome, but you already have a 6-star dedicated arena nuker you can build there. So that's great. So yeah, what could you do right now that would improve your overall team composition? That's a good question. So this is, you were running something like in between here. I didn't even see what you were running. I don't remember what you were running. But I think you had a Krizia. You had something like that, maybe? Maybe that's what you had. So this is a go second team, right? Because you don't have a speed aura, you don't have any turn meter fill. And if you have a go second team, no, I think you had Geo. I think that's what you had. So you want Geo in the lead here because you want ally HP in all battles by 25%. So you need an aura, you need a defensive aura in order to run a team like this. And unfortunately, this is the best one you've got. So here's kind of an interesting option. You could do something like this. Oops. I don't even know if this would work really. I'm thinking something like, if you're going up against a squishy team, yeah, I don't know. Morag would be good. She can give you a strength, but the issue is just that you don't have a great defensive aura. So this is your best defensive aura. So I think I would just try to build a go first team as quickly as you can. Let's see what you have in terms of resources. You've got 4 million silver. You got a few books. No chickens, really. Let's check out your Magnar for a second. See how he's built. He's at 119 speed, so. And he's not quite 100% crit rate, but this can increase a little bit. Right, this would get you up to 40%. Right, so that would give you another 12. And right now you're at 82. You have masteries. You have a few masteries. How's your Skull Crown at 50? She masteried it all? She's about the same. Yeah. So I think because Magnar is fully ascended and 6 stars, you started the masteries on him, you could definitely make him your arena nuker if you wanted to. The way you would want to do this though is not that immortal sets are bad, but you don't need immortal sets on your arena nuker, right? Your arena nuker needs to go first. Now, if you're using him everywhere, if he's like your everywhere nuker, or he's backing up Artak or something, we got an issue, son?
No. Just okay. My mic.
But like Artak's your hard carry. He's doing work everywhere. And if just Artak and Scylla of the Drakes probably gets you through most of the dungeons with the exception of Fire Knight, right? On Fire Knight, you probably have to do some interesting things to get all your hits out there. So you're probably running Morag. I'm assuming you're running Morag, and then maybe you're running like Apothecary, Morag, and Kale or something to break your shields. Maybe with Stagnite for a slow. And Scylla of the Drakes for another slow and a little bit of turn meter control. Like if this, let's see what you're running for Fire Knight. Oh, you've got an Akemptum. I didn't. Right. You got your Akemptum. Oh, and you've got your Cold Heart. Okay, so this is great. Yeah, so that's fine. How fast is she? Okay. So one of the things that I'm seeing here is like if I look at the speed of all your champions, Artak at 162 is slow, and he should be running it over 200 if you can get him there. But he's one of your fastest champions, right? Acrizia is running decently fast. This is a good place for your nuker to be. She's in Relentless, so that's a pretty good speed for a Relentless nuker to be at 182. If you could, glyph out a little bit of extra speed or get some speed onto the banner here, that would be really good. You might be able to probably have a banner. Yeah, you have an accuracy there. Here's HP based with speed and defense. That's fine. You've got these other ones. So you can get more speed onto her. I like to run nukers like this somewhere between like 190 and 220, somewhere around there. So she's pretty close, 182. But you could definitely squeeze another 10 or 20 speed onto her, and she'd be in a really good spot. You do want to get these gloves to be either crit rate or crit damage gloves. Let's see. Does she need less than 100% crit rate? No. So you want 100% crit rate. So you need to get her there. Let's actually take a look at that. That's pretty critical. Let's see if we have any crit damage gloves anywhere. Substat. You've got him in Instinct. So potentially you could get her into an Instinct set. That would get her out of the Relentless set though. And if you want her in Relentless, and that's getting her some of her speed here. You've got a double roll there. You've got the 45 speed boots there. You have crit rate gloves here. It's not bad. Yeah, let's check. I mean, she needs what? She's at 70. She needs 30% crit rate. It's going to lose 5 there. So I know she does damage based on HP and attack. But really, it's the enemy max HP that's the big hit, like in PvE, right? When you're killing bosses. So the HP and the attack are more for like PvP if you're doing damage against, or wave content. So that's where she does that damage there. So you do want HP on her. And like this is fine. This chest piece is fine. It doesn't have any crit rate on it, unfortunately. So yeah, let's do a search for both of these and we'll see. See if we have any good piece. So there was just this piece, and then again, it'll break the Relentless set. So we have this. That's not too bad. Retaliation is not bad. Speed would be very good. And these are 5-star. Let's put just a couple of rolls here. See if we hit crit rate or speed. Hit speed. See if we hit crit rate. Got accuracy. Does she need accuracy for anything? She does have a decreased defense on the A1. Okay. So that's potentially something that there, and then that would mean that probably want to change the chest plate. Do want crit rate though. So it's not a bad piece for her. That's not a bad piece either. That's pretty good. Oh, we do have an instinct piece that fits the bill. It's defense percentage. But again, come up against that relentless. And probably for right now, I would snag these. Probably snag that. I mean, getting the 80% crit rate, getting more crit damage out of her, getting more accuracy on her kit, and getting more speed on her kit are all good. And you're trading away 8k HP, but you think, okay, she's not going to hit as hard. But if you can get her to 100% crit rate, she is going to hit harder. She's going to get consistently land her crits. So, you know, the increase in damage there is significant. I'm not going to make this swap without... I mean, I don't want to pull her out of the relentless gear. So I'm not going to make that swap right now. But I think potentially you could pull her out of the relentless gear. It looks like you have at least a few pieces of this instinct gear that are very good. So you could look to get her into instinct that ignores 20% of enemy defense, would massively boost her damage. But I think the big swap that you need to do here is you need to get her out of these HP gloves. They should either be crit damage gloves, or they should be at least crit rate gloves to help you get to the 100% crit rate. So you want that. Yeah, so we were looking at all the... Okay, so 162. This is 182. Scylla Drakes is fast. That's a good speed for Scylla Drakes. And she's in relentless gear. That's nice. But now all of a sudden we're at 129. Here's 162, which is okay. 166, it looks like. 215, not bad. 218. Okay, so you do have some speed. But when I see champions like this at 131, when I see a nuker here at 119, that starts to make me wonder about, like this is fine because that's the campaign farmer. He can be slow. But here, like Cold Heart, especially if you're, if she's supposed to help you in Fire Knight, you want to be running her fast. So I know the Relentless set is nice, but Speed and Relentless work better together. And you sort of need a minimum threshold for Relentless to even be worth it. And for me on a DPS, that would be, probably at least like 180, not faster. Relentless really gets better because it multiplies your chances to get extra turns. But the faster you are, the more you'll get those opportunities to get extra turns. So yeah, I would definitely go speed here. Let's see how's your apothecary doing. Okay, so like this is a champion that's problematic, right? Because I know, like, yeah, he's got 4-star speed boots on. You're trying. You've got a lot of relentless gear. So Relentless may feel really good because you've got a lot of 6-star pieces and like legendary pieces and stuff, but without speed substats, it's not nearly as good. Let's see if we can't We can't do something. Okay, Wukong's built. He's at 139. It's got okay accuracy at 142. It's still pretty low. But you've got him in 2 perception sets, so I'm assuming you're trying to build him as a buff strip. Okay, you just got back in the game a couple of months ago, and you haven't gotten lucky with the regen sets. My gears are never lucky. That's yeah, it's a numbers game, right? You just have to run the numbers. So like here's a set, right? Fury set. Honestly, I would sell almost every piece here, unless it's an absolutely perfect piece. Like this is a crit damage gauntlet that has no crit rate on it. Now, when you run a crit damage gauntlet, you are saying I'm getting all of my crit rate from my substats. So think about it this way. Let's look at a champion who needs crit rate. Let's look at Kale. Okay, so he wants 100% crit rate. Actually, let's look at somebody like Skullcrown. She wants 100% crit rate. And like she doesn't really do her main job of damage dealing without 100% crit rate. That's the key number. You want every nuker with 100% crit rate. Now, if you're building her as a support, then that's fine. You know, if you're building her for this AoE weekend and you're going to put her in a stun set because she's got 2 AoEs and you don't care about her damage, then you don't care about crit rate. But if you're building her as an arena nuker, just like any other arena nuker, you want her with 100% crit rate. So here's what's going to happen. On your masteries, you get 5%. And then you start with a base of 15%. So you get 20% for free. The other 80% must come from the substats or the main stats of your 6 artifact pieces on top. Your accessories never add crit rate. So if you need 80 points of crit rate from 6 pieces, and you're only getting them from substats because you're having a crit damage glove, right? Crit damage gauntlet. That means 80 divided by 6 is what? It's 13 and a third or something like that. So you need to average 13 points of crit rate substats per piece. So when you have a crit damage gauntlet that has no crit rate substat at all, not even a base roll, what that means is you now need 80% crit rate from 5 pieces, right? And that means you need, what's that? That's 16. You need 16 points per piece. That's at least a double roll on top of the base roll, probably a triple roll on 5-star gear. Or you're going to need at least a couple of triple rolls there. Now, you can mitigate that in two major ways. So 2 things you want to think about if you're struggling to reach that 100% crit rate number. The first is that there are sets that bring additional crit rate. So you can go with a classic crit rate set. This is a decent set, especially early game when you are struggling to reach your damage thresholds because of crit rate. So a crit damage gauntlet like this one here, crit damage gauntlet, 5 stars. But if you complete the set, it's bringing 12% crit rate. So that's the same as 2 substat rolls, right? Like that's a base roll plus 1 roll. You only need to average 13 per piece. So if the other piece that you're bringing has crit rate on it, let's see if we found, like, let's say we use this helm. If we can get 1 roll into the crit rate here and that gives us 12, then we've got 12 from this piece and we've got 12 from the set, and that gets us, 24, even though we don't have crit rate on the substats of this gauntlet. But this particular gauntlet for the Savage set that we're looking at that's equipped, this is giving me no crit rate as a substat. I'm looking at these other pieces. Okay, so here you've got a mythical with a crit rate. It didn't roll into it. You might still roll into it, but that's starting at 11, so that's a good piece. This only has 3% crit rate. This has 4% crit rate. This one's pretty good with a double roll into crit rate in the boots. But you can see it's still 3 points shy of where it needs to be as an average. And that's because it's a 4-star boot. If it was a 5-star boot and you got a double roll, you would have hit your 12 or 13 probably just fine. Now, if you get a nice double roll here where you get up to 16, that can alleviate a little bit of the pressure somewhere else. So this is a nice piece, right? But this is the only piece that's actually rolled into crit rate. So when I'm looking at, building a damage dealer, I would say, let's go look at Magnar here. Like we were looking at him before, right? You're like, okay, crit rate gauntlets are the other way to alleviate. You just go ahead and build the crit rate gauntlets. You can go all the way up there. Oh, I'm sorry. The other way to alleviate the issue is if you have a nuker who doesn't require 100%. So that's why I got off Kale before, because Kale actually has an extra 15% chance of inflicting a critical hit on his A2. So if you have a champion like this, right, then you can go ahead and just build him to 85%. This is how you can build your Cold Heart too. Right, your Cold Heart, you have her at 115%, 117% crit rate, but her Heartseeker has an extra 30% chance of inflicting a critical hit. So you actually don't need all of that crit rate for her main job. Now, if you have 100% crit rate, then her A1 and her A2 will crit, but these do not that much damage. This is the one that matters. So you can literally pull her out of these crit rate gloves, right? Like if we did that, let's see if we can find. See if you have any relentless crit damage gloves. Let's see if there's anybody with it. No. But you could put her, let's say, in these. And if you can potentially keep it at 70, now this is going to drop it down below 70, but not a lot below 70. So, if you had gloves like this that had 10% of crit rate in the substats, you would reach your 70% crit rate, and that would be fine. So, in this case, you've overshot on the crit rate. Now, maybe that's just because of the pieces you were putting together for this, and they've got some good crit damage on them. So it's not like, it's bad. You've got a double roll here at 19%. That's over the number you need. You have no crit rate here. You do have 12% there, which is close. 6% there, a little low. None there. And then you're getting all your crit rate from the gauntlet. So, like, in some cases, okay, that's the only way to reach 100. You had to overshoot it. But, if I were looking for a rebuild on this champion, I'm thinking, okay, I want her with more speed. Let's do that. Let's look at this champion. All right, so let's say I did this, and then we would need another piece. So we did that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for these two pieces, and I want to get some speed on them. And I probably want them in the perception set. Look at this. Speed, crit rate, HP. That's awesome. That could be phenomenal for her. If we had speed, crit rate, and crit damage, that would actually be here. Speed, crit rate, and crit damage. This is a perfect piece. Let's go ahead and upgrade this to 8 and see if we hit crit rate at least once. Nope, we hit crit damage twice. Actually, yeah, okay. And then we're going to look for a shield. Speed, crit rate, HP. Speed, crit rate, HP. Speed and crit rate. We're not getting good rolls here, unfortunately. Yeah, let's roll this one. There we go. There we go. Okay, now I just need accuracy. It looks like we've got some crit rate on this shield that we would be taking off. All right. All right. So here what you'll see is like in terms of this change, right? Like this is not necessarily the final build that you want it for. You obviously can roll these up higher. You'll get more. In fact, yeah, you know what? We're actually pretty close. See, we can roll into crit damage. So accuracy. No. All right. So if we look at this, right, like you still have more crit damage on this, by the way. You can get from here all the way up to 65%. So you can get another 23% crit damage on this glove. That will take you all the way to, what was that, 196? You get 23 more percent, 196 in terms of crit damage. You have your crit rate now drop down a little bit. It's not quite perfect. We still have some way we could drop it down some more. You've got a little bit more speed. We didn't really roll into speed anywhere, which is a little bit unfortunate. You gave away a little bit of HP and attack, a little bit of defense for that speed. Gained a little bit of accuracy. This is not quite the swap that I would want it to be. Let's see if there's another piece. Maybe we can find a crit damage piece with crit rate. Anyway. Speed. With accuracy on it. That's actually pretty nice. And then we saw this piece before, which would be very nice on a lot of people. But let's say we did that. And then pull this piece off. Let's pull it. Yeah, pull it. This is beautiful. Look at this piece. That's gorgeous. That's gorgeous. What was the shield that we... This one? Let's roll in a crit rate on this. Come on. Crit rate one time. Ah, darn it. Okay, let's see. 4%. We really need 6% more. Oh, we did have that shield. And potentially we could get away from this one and go with the crit damage one. Where's the crit? This one, right? It's too much. We can't drop that much. No, we'll leave it. Let's see. So now we've still got that extra 23% here. So this will put you at 200 and almost 210 crit damage, higher accuracy. lot higher speed. We've got 40 additional speed here, and we still got more to go because we can glyph. Yeah, you lose defense, attack, HP, you lose all of these stats, but you don't need the attack. The attack is not really a major component of her damage. This will do the job in like Fire Knight way, way better. And you're running her with that Seal of the Drakes, so you don't worry if she dies. She's just going to get popped back up. So this would be like a really good rebuild here, or at least starting that. So I would say, like, she's going to hit significantly harder once you 6-star all this stuff and glyph it out. You're going to get her to 200. Let's actually glyph some of this. See how your glyphs are doing. You got some glyphs here. You got a lot of 3-star glyphs. Get that HP back up a little bit. Those are some nice rolls there. Wow, I was lucky. Got 9 speed from 3-star glyphs. So the accuracy you need for, that's 4 in a row. The accuracy you need for the dungeons is 225. So now you're over that threshold. We're at 198 speed. Let's see if you have an accuracy banner with speed subset. You do. You have this one. Okay, so when you take this to 16, it'll match. It'd be match at 78, so you'd still be at 232. You can also glyph this out for a little bit more speed. This is going to put you over into about the 210 to 212 range. You can glyph a little bit more accuracy onto this one here. So you're going to be, floating maybe around 240 accuracy, which is right where you want to be. So I would make this swap probably for this banner. Maybe not right now. You don't have the silver for it, but when you get a little bit more silver, 6-star this. Doesn't matter what the extra stat is. It doesn't matter if you're giving away attack or HP. All you want is a little bit more speed. You want to make sure that, you have the crit damage and the crit rate at the right number. And then this is going to be really good for you. So this is going to be a massive upgrade. Speed is the universal multiplier, so this is one of the things that we're seeing with some of this gear is like you've got speed in some places, but you don't have all of the stats, or you don't have speed, but you have some of the other stats. So like Morag here, right? You need more speed on her to be effective at her main role. But yeah. So I think what you've got here is you've got to grind. You've got to grind that gear. You've got 600 energy there. We've got a tournament going on right now. Ooh, you are first place in one of the tournaments. Which tournament is it? Is it the Dragon tournament? That would be cool. Looks like it might be. So you've been doing what you need to do. You've been doing what you need to do if you've been in there. You're actually 4th place in this one, so you must have been first place in Soul Chase. Or maybe one of the ones that finished. But yeah, so I would definitely, I would focus on this arena team because with the champions that you have, there's no reason why you can't get to gold 5. You just need to rebuild a few of those champions. And like I said, you have some models now here in the team setup. You can go, and again, these are flexible. These are just sort of holder spots, right? But this is going to get you that go first team. In the meantime, keep running the team that you're running. If you're in gold 2, like that's fine. Don't make the switch until you have these champs properly geared. But I would look for some combination of these 8 champions, maybe Skull Crown. That's a 9th that you can consider. Get your arena team going. That Cold Heart's going to help you in Fire Knight and Doom Tower. And yeah, I think you're going in a good place. And then just get as much speed gear as you can. get good perception gear with speed rolls, get good like regen gear with speed substats, get good speed sets and lifesteal sets. Lifesteal is a set you can consider in like a PvE nuker. So you could potentially put that onto like a Morag. Why couldn't, you could definitely do that, or you could put it onto like you have it here on Kale. You could even put it on a Cold Heart, so if you could get the accuracy through substats and the speed and all the crit rate and crit damage that you needed, but you put her in a lifesteal set, it makes her much more survivable for PvE. So it's really good. You don't have to, Wukong could do lifesteal. So if you have good lifesteal gear sitting there, don't think it's useless. You can do that. And then the other thing is like, just as, you have 3,437 pieces you can roll here. So it's not just perception and resilience. Get in here and roll any of the pieces that are good, even if it's 5-star gear. Like this fatal set gives you that additional 5% crit rate. It's going to make it a little bit easier to get to that 100% crit rate. You put 2 sets of this on and a set of cruel or something, and you've got 45% additional attack plus 10% additional crit rate plus 5% ignore defense. That's a really nice nuker build for the mid game. And then here you've got some guardian pieces you can roll up. You've got all of this instinct gear. This is what I would be rolling. I would roll all of it, literally all of it, as much as you can. And again, if you're going to drop some like charms on it, if you're going to drop substats, crit rate. This set doesn't make sense without crit rate. You don't need to put the speed, charms here. Use the crit rate or crit damage. You could use either one, but roll all of this gear and see, if you can't build out your nukers in that stuff. All right. You got any questions? You got to focus on getting speed on your champs. One of the things that you might be thinking about with like your damage dealers, and like I'm seeing you do this with some of your damage dealers. You have a main stat. I'm sorry, this is not one of them. There was somebody. Was it Magnar? Yeah, Magnar. So he has a main stat boot. Now, a main stat boot is like a goal to get to, but he still needs to be speed tuned, right? So for right now, you can get 45 potential additional speed with a 6-star speed boot of any type here, right? 45 speed is going to get him up to 164. All of a sudden, that's getting into the reasonable range for an arena nuker in a speed tune, right? If you build that arena team that we were talking about before, if you build, Magnar as your arena nuker on, say, this team here, say you built this team, right? Or better yet, he might be the nuker down here. He might be the nuker on this team, because here you have 2 turn meter fillers, right? Shuzhen is going to fill 20% of your turn meter. Runekeeper Dazzlerk is going to give you another 25% turn meter. That means you're getting 45% turn meter for free, and that allows you to run at slow speeds. Maybe like 180, maybe 170, 180 might be enough for this team to get Magnar to where he needs to be, where he can run an HP based, boot eventually and still get to 180 speed. But you need to get to the speed, because when he's at the speed that he's at, he's just going to die before he even gets a turn. And then if he doesn't nuke the enemy out if he lives to get 1 turn and he doesn't completely nuke the enemy out, then he's not going to get to a second turn because he's so slow. They're going to go 3 times before you go a second time. So it's better to speed tune first and then worry about damage second, rather than the other way around. All of your nukers, whether they're PvE nukers like Artak or your PvP nukers like Magnar, all of them do damage based on their main stat and their crit rate and their crit damage. But I mean, Artak doesn't really. He does it based on HP burns. But they're all improved. They all do more damage based on speed. The faster they go, like if you go first, your enemy might not ever get a chance to go. That's how powerful speed is. If you have 1 more speed than the enemy, all the attack, all the HP, all the defense that they have may be completely negated by the fact that you went first and you're speed tuned, and they never get a chance to go. So that's the goal, right? Is to like get as much speed as you can onto your champions, assuming you can, make them function properly with that level of speed. At some point, you start to say, well, I need to differentiate amongst my champions. Like in that tune, I want to make sure that my fastest champion is going to be my speed lead. It should be Shuzen or it should be Runekeeper Dazzdirk. One of those two champions has to go fastest because they have to turn meter fill, right? And if they don't get to their skill, then nobody else gets to their skills. So, you need to figure out the relative speeds of the champions in your team. So if you could pile like another 40 speed on Shuzen, but that makes her so fast that even with the turn meter fill, Magnar never catches up and he doesn't get to go, then she's going too fast. And then you don't need more speed on her. Or realistically, what you need to do is you need to get Magnar faster because you want your fastest arena lead to be going as fast as humanly possible. All right. All right, son, how we doing?
Doing all right, all right, all right.
All right. So let's go ahead and do one more. Let's refresh the wheel.
One more?
Yeah, let's refresh the wheel of Takeover. And I've got about 45, I got just under an hour, I think. I've got about an hour, so I can do one more.
All right, so what we're going to go ahead and do is we are going to reset my message. So for everybody that is here and live right now, go ahead and just react to my message in the Discord as always, and you will be entered.
So thanks for the takeover there, Granite. I hope that was helpful. Sorry, I didn't want to, break up your teams too much or use too much of your resources, but you've got really good champions. And I think if you just do what you've been doing and focusing on getting the right gear into the right champions, you're gonna make a lot of progress on that account. Like 6 weeks from now, that account's gonna look completely different. Stephen Markley says basically buff, debuff, nuke, rinse and repeat. Yep. That's the goal. All right, so whenever you're ready, let's see. How's my stream quality? Stream quality seems okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can turn my main monitor back on and not have the whole thing blow up in my face.
What are you saying? You can't do these account takeovers with your eyes closed?
I can.
What a scrub. What a scrub.
I can. I just would probably end up, accidentally crunching champions or something.
Speed run raid with your eyes closed? That's a challenge.
Jacques Bacher says speed is life. That is true. And smash that like button, folks, says Mr. Fudan.
All right, we've got some folks in. You ready?
We are ready to go.
All right, we've got our next winner, JP.
JP. I enjoy Liv Wild's enthusiasm. No matter who wins, Liv is always cheering for him. And I appreciate that. That's a great attitude to have. Because I know a lot of people are in here and they might be disappointed when they don't win and somebody else does. But it's just great that,
You don't say.
Yeah, I think takeovers are fun. It's good to see other people's takeovers, like obviously everybody wants a chance to win their own takeover. But yeah, Jordan Peterson, congrats. Yeah, John, that's just part of life in the Discord community. But you'll get in there next time.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's baked into Discord itself. Nothing we can do about it.
You can't. No, I think you can actually turn that off. But the reason for it is because it cuts down on bots, and if you don't have it on, you just basically get slammed with bots. So it's one of those things that just like makes life a little bit easier for everybody. The Fatal Virus is currently doing a speed tune. How do I make sure a speed tune works for both Ultra Nightmare and Nightmare? If you're in the Clan Boss calculator, you just have to flip the difficulty level from Ultra Nightmare down to Nightmare and see if the same tune works for Nightmare. What I have found, this isn't going to be 100% true in 100% of teams, but what I have found is every Ultra Nightmare team that I've ever speed tuned still clears Nightmare. Like still one keys Nightmare. It may not be speed tuned, but it doesn't matter. Like you're close enough and strong enough that once you're speed tuned for Ultra Nightmare, you're probably going to one key Nightmare. Like it depends. If you speed tuned a 3-key Ultra Nightmare comp, you're going to want to speed tune it for Nightmare because otherwise it won't one key. But if you're getting one key in Ultra Nightmare, then that same team untuned will probably do one key Nightmare.
All right. Yeah, I think we saw JP in the chat active. You just want to go ahead and message Cole directly. I don't know if they have yet.
Not yet. Steam Shadow says, one question, Colred. I was going for Monkey Star, so I ended up with like 55 shards for the fusion. I cannot get the partner for sure. You think it's wise to still go for Timid? If you're at 55 shards at this stage of the game, you're doing pretty well. I think I have 45. I think I have 45, maybe. Maybe I have 50. Forget. So, it sounds like you're in position to go get a free legendary. You have to do the champion chase tournament that's coming up, and that's going to be the hardest thing. Obviously, if you're short on silver and you can't do the artifact enhancements, that can be problematic. But if you're ahead of the curve in terms of fragments because you did the summon rush and you got the extra 10, then you could potentially drop off an artifact enhancement, or you could potentially drop off a champion training, or you could potentially drop off a dungeon divers. So those are the 3 hardest generally. So it seems like you're close, and it might be worth going for depending on where your account is. I mean, I think he's an okay legendary. I think he's like maybe slightly above average for a legendary. I don't think he's phenomenal. I think he's more of a progression champion. He's probably like on par with a Deliana. Like that's where I would put him in terms of his like tier. Like I would say he might be like a Deliana without his duo. If he's with his duo, he's probably stronger. But I don't know for sure because I don't have him yet and we haven't seen him build. So. All right. So I have not gotten my message yet. JP, you want to send me a message in Discord?
Yeah, I'm helping him right now.
Oh, okay.
We're talking directly. He's having some issues getting to message you, so we'll figure that out.
Yeah, don't forget to smash that like button. Halloween event ends in 12 hours. Yeah, but the fusion keeps going, right? I was able to get the 3-star soul on my Noob versus Pro account. Son got his 4-star soul. And then I got my 4-star soul on my main account. All right, we are getting the info. We're going to try to log in.
Perfect. There we go.
That worked.
Of course I was going to get the 4-star soul for the monkey.
Yeah, I wanted it, but it's very tough to do the Fusion event and this Halloween event. Doing the Halloween event on 2 accounts, the Fusion on 1 account. You know, like I used to run multiple accounts all the time. Like there was one period of time where I had like 3 main accounts where I was doing fusions on 3 accounts. And that was tough. That was hard. But when it wasn't a fusion event, I was like, big deal. But it feels like the activity level over the last 6 months in Raid has just creeped up more and more to the point where like it's hard to keep up on multiple accounts. Unless you're just playing Raid 6 to 8 hours a day, like on 2 accounts, like on 2 PC accounts or something. It's very tricky to keep up. Okay. It's kind of interesting. We got the new we've got the new uncommon here. Branch Weaver sitting in the shop. All right, so tell me, JP, what is it that you're looking for some help with? You are account level 90, so you're fairly progressed. Let's take a look at your Great Hall. You're doing decently in the Great Hall. You're in Gold 5 Arena, so I can't help you there. So what are you looking for some help with? The trying to 1-key Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. I found and built a speed tune already, but can't figure out the presets to make it work. Oof. All right. Well, tell you what, we've got 40 minutes. Let's see if we can find the presets to make it work. You don't have a key, JP. Let's see. What's the account name again? Baboon71. Baboon71. All right, so you've got 72.3 million on 2 keys. So you have your 2 key Ultra Nightmare, and you're just trying to get it to 1 key. Okay, I can buy a key. Thank you. So this is the tune. This is the exact team. You don't need to change the team at all. You just need to get it to 1 key. And so it's not tuned. Or is there a different tune? Is there a different tune that you're building? Because this is not an unkillable composition. Right? Let's see. There's a different team in the presets. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to buy a key here. It's called Ultra Nightmare 1 Key Hope. Gotcha. All right. Now, where did you get this speed tune? Did you get it from Hell Hades? You got it from HH. Okay. Let me see if I can find it again. Okay, so in the optimizer, it gave you 97 million on 1 key. I'm grabbing my notebook. You always need a notebook for Clan Boss speed tunes. You got to calculate speeds and you got to write stuff down and make sure, especially if you're, you can do screenshots and try to have everything up on your screen, but it's just chaos. So we're gonna try to figure this out. All right. Back to HH. This is such a crazy good tool. The fact that like Plarium hasn't tried to buy this from him, or maybe he just doesn't want to sell it. He's just like, no, whatever. It's worth more money to me than you're going to give me for it. But okay. So, by the way, did you do this on Void, like Affinity? Did you find it on Void Affinity, or did you find it on a specific Affinity? Okay, on void. All right, and it is Ultra Nightmare. Okay. So let's include a champion. Let's include Python. There it is. That's the team. That's the team, right? Deacon, Newt, Python, Demitha, and Apothecary. All right, so 72. This is what it's showing right now, just for today. You know, it might have shown a different amount yesterday. Let's see the variations here. Okay. So it looks like we're running very fast, except for Newt. Okay. And you're trying to get this to work. Do you have a screenshot of the because I haven't bought the premium yet. I have the money to buy the premium yet now because of our very nice viewers who supported the stream today. But I haven't actually bought the premium yet. So do you have a screenshot of the exact sets and masteries and all that stuff? Because if you have that, I'm sure I can tweak it for you in the clan boss calculator. Or I feel pretty sure that I could tweak it for you in the clan boss calculator. Let's check. I'm going to check your champions right now. So while you're getting me any info, if you can get me that screenshot if you have it. If you don't have it, then okay, so you do have it. Okay, good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to check your champions to make sure that you don't have masteries that have screwed up the speed tune. Okay, so these are all built to those exact speeds, I'm assuming, right? So let's see. Demitha is exactly it. She's at 312. Okay, and Apothecary's at 311. He's at 311. Okay. All right. So I'm going to check these champions. I'm going to check these champions for any masteries that might throw off the speed tune. All right, so here you haven't even masteried out yet, and none of these will throw off a speed tune. So Python's fine. Let's check Newt. So he is running at 172, which is where he's supposed to run. And let's check his masteries. This has a 5% chance of decreasing the cooldown of a random skill by 1 turn at the start of every turn. But would that mess up Newt to change his skills? Does he get any turn meter anywhere? He doesn't. So that shouldn't mess him up.
Oh, you're back on stuck on the Hell Hades site.
Okay, thanks.
And also, you should say thank you to Neil.
Let me just... Neil, thank you. That's fantastic. Let's just celebrate their first super on a live stream. I appreciate that, Neil. That's awesome. It is a strange thing. It is a strange thing when you get monetized on YouTube. You know, you're just grinding on YouTube to get monetized, and then you get monetized, and then every once in a while, people appreciate what you do so much that they're willing to show that monetarily, and they pay you for it. And it's like it's an awesome thing, and it's also a little bit strange. So if I don't react in a way that, you know, people are like he didn't really react that well to that, it's like I'm on the inside, I'm reacting. But thank you so much. I always want to say thank you. So thanks for pointing that out, son. And yeah, thanks for the $10. That's fantastic. And just so everybody knows what we're doing, what Son and I are doing in terms of our, our streams and stuff, we have a goal for this stream. We're trying to use our live streams and our current little bit of income that we get from YouTube to improve the channel. So the goal is to get me a third monitor, hopefully one that doesn't screw up like this one does. That way I can have the chat open all the time and I can actually do the live stream and the game and have the chat on different monitors. We want to replace his really not awesome webcam with a better webcam so you can see his smiling face. And then, yeah, we also want to improve the audio quality a little bit over there. So we're going to try to get a new microphone. And
I sound awesome right now.
Yeah. And then I need a solution for having 3 monitors on my desk. So I'm going to need to get some monitor arms and stuff like that. So those are our current goals in terms of the money that comes in. So obviously we are definitely specifically going to buy the HH Premium. So HH is getting some money from this stream as well. But then in addition to that, that's where that money is going to be going. So thank you to everybody who's been supporting the stream and the channel. All right, so let's go back to the account here. Okay, so that doesn't look like that should mess him up. Let's look at Apothecary. So this, you can't have this. This is the thing that's messing you up. Has a 30% chance of increasing the turn meter by 10% when a buff by this champion cast by this champion is removed or expires. He casts increased speed buffs. So periodically he's going to get a turn meter fill and he can't do that. You can't have it. You can't have a turn meter fill. So this might be the only thing. Everything else might be right. And this might be the one thing that's messing you up. So I'm going to check. I got to write this down. So Apothecary. Okay. Now, potentially, the Lore of Steel thing can kind of mess with you a little bit because it can give you fractional speed. But if you've accounted for that in the calculator, then that wouldn't mess you up if you've accounted for it. But this can't be accounted for. If it were 100% of the time, it would be fine. If it were 0% of the time, it would be fine. But anything in between that's RNG based is going to mess you up. So that's Apothecary. Now let's just look at who do we have left? We have to check Demitha, right? Did I check Demitha? So none of those would mess her up. Okay, and who's left? We checked Pythion. Oh, Deacon. We have to check Deacon. All right, none of these will mess you up. Okay. All right, so the good news is I think we found the problem. And we can fix it. I think the question mark remains, what will your damage be? Because obviously you still have to mastery all of these champions and get your War Masters. I mean, I think I only saw one War Master out there. I think your Apothecary or Giant Slayer here, right? But does Demitha didn't have all of hers? Oh, no, she did. She has that. Okay. Newt has his. Okay, so you've got some of them, but you still need a couple. You need Deacon. And then who was the Pythion? You need Pythion. Okay. So there's still 2 Giant Slayers out there to get, which are going to increase your damage. But are you okay with me just swapping that out for you on Apothecary? Reset masteries if you need to. Also use anything you need. Maybe more speed tunes available because I recently pulled Yumiko and Geo. Okay. I'm not going to rebuild with a Yumiko or a Geo. I don't own either champion, and so that would be a much more difficult speed tune for me. This speed tune makes a lot of sense to me. So if you're okay with this, we'll stick with this. See if we can't get you. I mean, I don't know where your damage will be today, but if we can get you close to a 1 key, or at least a significant increase from where you were on your previous team, that would be, I think, a good thing. So I'm just going to go ahead and Yeah, let's redo these masteries. Let me just double check, make sure I know what you've got, because I don't want to redo all. So you're just coming down the left side here, but if you're trying to get to Lore of Steel, because we need Lore of Steel because you speed tuned him with Lore of Steel. What it means is we either have to go through Exalt in Death and then come up through Swarm Smiter. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't need accuracy, but if we need Lore of Steel, and it looks like we might, I don't think we can get rid of Lore of Steel. We would have to plug it into the calculator to see. Now, what artifacts is he running here? He's running a perception set and a speed set, so he would lose speed. Yeah. Yeah, you try to follow the masteries based on screenshots, and sometimes it just, doesn't work either. Who knows? It might have been a mistake from the screenshot, or maybe somebody, the person who did this particular one, like this rapid response didn't mess them up one time. And so they're like, oh, it's tuned. And it's like, no, it's not tuned. Or maybe at a certain speed, rapid response doesn't mess up this speed tune because there's only one buff. And so if you get a 10% turn meter increase at a particular speed, it doesn't matter. You still fall along the right, like, timing. But if you have a slightly different speed, if you have one or two more speed or one or two less or whatever, then it all of a sudden it does mess you up. Who knows? But I'm going to assume at first that this is the issue. If this isn't the issue, if we take this away and it's not the issue and we still aren't speed tuned, then we've got to go into the calculator. We've got to put every little piece in to make sure that we're not fractionally off on one speed somewhere, because that could also be happening. All right, so that's pretty standard over there, and this is pretty standard over here. So let's go ahead and redo this. You can reset them once for free. You can't extend the duration of any buff cast by this champion. You can't do that. I don't know if that was there. You can't do that either. I don't think it was. I think you stopped it before that. But okay, so I messed up. I'm sorry. I apologize. I messed up. I took Heart of Glory just reflexively, and I shouldn't have. If we need to get to Lore of Steel, we have to take two masteries here. I apologize. That's very unfortunate. Let me make sure I got this right before I do anything else. I feel bad about that. That's completely my fault. All right, now. All right, so here, when you get here, there's really nothing that you need on this tier. You can't extend the duration of a buff. You're not allowed to. You could do this. You could increase speed by 8 for each dead ally. That would be fine. You don't have a debuff, and you don't have a chance of play. So, like, this would be... I get, yeah, probably this would be the one to go for. And then let's see here. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. See, even when you know where you're supposed to go, sometimes you just click too fast. Okay, so hopefully that's it. Let's see. Let's see if this Ultra Nightmare speed tune all of a sudden comes together now. Okay, by the way, did you did you program the AI for the skill usage? That's the other thing that could be messing it up. It doesn't look like you programmed. Okay, you're just making sure that you're prioritizing that. You're turning off that. Is that the only thing that needs to be done? I'm looking at the screenshot. Does it tell you skill order? Okay, well let's just see if it works. And if it doesn't, you know, we'll so this should be an unkillable team. So we should be able to see it come into tune. Now, if there's some kind of setup for it, you know, we don't know that from this yet. So we'll see it come into tune. If it doesn't come into tune by turn like 8 or 9, it's not going to come into tune. So let's see if anybody takes the stun. The first stun is important. Does anybody take the first stun? So we've got the slow there, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm not on void. Okay, so the block debuffs was up. So the question is, did we lose our speed there? We might have. Unfortunately, it's literally, we could test it against any other affinity, but you can't test it against Spirit Affinity, because if it's not 100% affinity friendly, then it's not going to work on Spirit Affinity. So let's see how we're... So this is where it starts to get interesting. Okay, so... I just want to see... All right. So I think that was the speed reduction, and it gets blocked. Now that block damage buff is going up too soon. Or too late, depending. Here's the stun. That's properly tuned right now. So nobody's getting stunned because the block debuff buff is up. But Demitha's block damage is not working yet. Okay, so let me ask you, did you put this into the clan boss calculator at any point? You did. It looks like you did. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and I'm going to let this run for like one or two more turns. I want to see if it comes into tune. It might come into tune late. It might come into tune at like turn 9 or 10. And as long as it doesn't get thrown off before then, it might still tune. Like, nobody's getting hit by that AoE because of the block debuffs. Like, nobody's getting hit by the debuff, I mean. It's getting close. But it feels like it should have tuned already. Yeah, it feels like it should have tuned already. Sorry. Family calls. Okay, let's do this. Let's take a look at this in the clan boss calculator. All right, so in this case, we're gonna do this kind of interesting because we're just gonna pull up the clan boss calculator, and we're just going to put our tune in. Now I want to make sure that I do it exactly from the game. So I'm going to open up the game and take a look at all of your champs again. So when we do this, we're going to do this with the exact stats that you have. We're going to do this with the exact speeds that you have. We're going to do it with the exact masteries that you have. Okay. All right. All right. So let's see the speed tune. Actually, we'll do it from. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I had the turn order correctly. So we're doing Deacon as our first champion. Oops. All right. I'm just putting these into. So the second is Python. The third is Newt. The fourth is Demitha. And then the fifth is Apothecary. Okay. Now let's take a look at the speeds that we've got on those champions. All right, so the first one is. Okay. Let me just double check. I just want to check that speed. Okay. All right, just double checking that speed. That felt slow to me, but okay. So we have 200 speed. We have a perception set and a speed set. And we have Lore of Mastery. All right, so what we're going to do is when we come here, and we've got to put this in. So first of all, we've got the 19% speed aura. We've got to put in the speed at 200. And then you've got to put in the sets. So you got one speed and one perception. And then you've got to click on if you have Lore of Steel or not, which we do. And again, let me get myself out of the way a little bit. Okay, so up there where I was doing Deke stuff, that's what you got to do all of that, right? Now the base speed will already be entered for you, so that should be fine. But you have to get the speed sets right, like the sets that you're wearing right, and the Lore of Steel right, and then the speed right and the aura right. So we have that. Now let's look at Python. So I'm going back into the game, and I've got to pull up Python. And so Python is running. It's not running Lore of Steel or anything like that. And is not running any sets. So this is a true 1 or 202 speed. So this would be 202. Can actually check that. Just to double check my math. Yeah, 202. Okay. 202. But then again, you've got the 19%, so that's going to give it a little bit of a fractional thing going on here. Okay, now let's look at Newt. All right, he's not running any sets. Does he run Lore of Steel? He does. And so I'm going to add that. I'm sorry, what was his speed? 172. Lore of Steel. But Lore of Steel doesn't matter for him because he doesn't have any other sets, right? Okay, next champion is Demitha. So let's see hers. 312. She has 2 speed sets. And she has Lore of Steel. 2 speed sets and Lore of Steel. Let's put that in. 312, I think she was, right? 312. 2 speed, Lore of Steel. Okay. Apothecary is running at 311, I think, right? He's running at 311. 311. And he's got a perception and a speed set, and he has Lore of Steel. Perception and speed. Lore of Steel. Okay. All right, so let me bring you back to the website here. So I have put in all of the speeds in the left-hand column. I've added, when you put in the speed, you have to put in the sets that they're wearing, if they're wearing any of the speed changing sets, and then you have to click on Lore of Steel if they've got Lore of Steel. So I've done all of that for everybody. And you can see this is a beautiful tune. This is a perfect speed tune. It comes into tune fast, too. It comes into tune here on turn 4. In turn 4, in fact, it really comes into tune on turn 3, I think. But it takes to turn 4 in order to get the final form of the speed tune. But one of the things that you may notice here is if you can kind of look in close, Demitha is using her A1 at the bottom of every turn. She needs to be using her A3. That's the block damage. So we don't have to do anything with any delays. This is, at least not yet, this is tuned. But we have to change Demitha's skills. So that's the only thing that we have to change here. So let's see. If we delay the A3, she fires it initially. Let's say we delay it by 1. That throws everything out of tune for some reason. I don't know why that happens, because it feels like whichever skill you use, why would that throw you out of tune? Why would delaying her A3? Let me look at her in-game. Why would delaying her A3 throw you out of tune? It shouldn't change the tune. I don't know why it does. Because it increases the duration of ally buffs at a different point, and that affects the speed buff differently. That's why. That's why it so she's a buff extender. So if she extends the increased speed at a different time, it changes the tune. That makes sense. Okay. So let me go look at the pictures here and see what it says. If it says anything about her skill usage. It doesn't. Okay, so the fact that this is in tune like this is a little bit wonky, right? So maybe what we have to do, let's say we delay her A3 by 1, but then say we delay, so Apothecary's, let me see. Apothecary's skill, where's his speed boost? It's on his A3, right? It's his A3. Okay. So what happens if we delay? All right, so here if I don't delay her A3, right? It's in tune. I delay her A3, it gets out of tune. So let's say if we delay Apothecary's A3 by 1 turn. So that has an impact. That has an impact. Delay them both by 2 turns. No. What if I turn off her A2 entirely? If I turn off her A2, it's a tune, but it's not the right tune. Right? You can see it's still 100% tuned because it's repeating itself over and over again, but it's not the right tune.
There's a lot of folks talking in the chat.
Yeah? What are they saying?
I don't know who is correct, but there's some talk about delaying Demitha A2 by a turn, and her A3 by 2 turns. Her A2 extends buff. Change the A2 buff extender. A2 extends the speed buff.
Yeah.
Open A1 power to A2.
Okay, so if we look at Demitha's skills are both on a 3-turn cooldown, right? So what's interesting here, all right, so this is the speed tune. This is the unfiltered speed tune. This is just if you plug in the speeds, you get a tune. And it works, and Demitha's in the right place. Now, but we don't have the right skill at the right time. So if we change Demitha's A3, to delay it, we break the tune. Now we could delay her other skills. You can try that. Trying to get to a tune that works. But the other thing that we can do is now, I think Apothecary's A2 was off. It shouldn't matter, but if we delay him 1 turn, can we get it into tune?
Can we get it into the tune? The tune of £2 from Elkson73. Thank you for your kind donation. We appreciate it.
Thank you. That's awesome. Let's give a little love there. Elkson73, thank you. So this is a tricky one because it is in fact speed tuned. But one of the things that can happen here is like it may be that at these particular speeds we may have to adjust because of the true speeds. I don't know. So if we delay
I'm seeing a lot of delay A3 by 2, delay A2 by 1
on Demitha. Yeah, so if we do this, hey, good call. Good call. I thought I tried that. Honestly, I thought I tried that. Okay, so this comes into tune, it looks like on turn 3. All right, so we don't need to delay Apothecary's skills at all. Let's see if we change the priority here. That works. We can get full auto. Because they're both on a 3-turn cooldown, by changing the priority, all you're doing is creating an extra delay for the A3. So whoever called that out, thank you. I thought I had tried that, but apparently I did not try that. Or maybe I tried that with the Apothecary delay, and that's what messed it up, because that doesn't work, clearly. So, yeah. So that looks like the speed tune. So it looks like we don't have to change anything. It's good we caught the mastery on Apothecary because that would have messed it up. But let's go and try this now. So here's the thing. Will it work for Spirit Affinity? Will it work for Spirit Affinity? It might. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look. All right. So here, yeah, let's go to the. All right. So this is the one thing about this that could be a little bit wonky. We'll see. Sometimes this works even if the calculator doesn't like it. Although the calculator may have been improved over time. But when I made my speed tune, it said the tune wouldn't work, and then it worked fine. So at A2, here in the top right on turn 2, that's where the slow gets applied. Like it gets applied on the AoE2 and it hits here. And some champions will have the block buffs up, it looks like, but not everybody. So the question is Pythion tuned here as well? Because we could potentially change him. So let me look at Pythion, because we might be able to tweak him so that, because his block damage, or I'm sorry, his block debuffs buff up is up for 2 turns. So if we go back to the game, let's see if we can do this. This might work. So this is his A2. So it's a cleanse, but it's also a block debuffs buff. All right, so let's go back to the website. Let's see where his A2 is landing. So Pythion is purple. Now, if Pythion is the stun target, which he was initially, his A3 is a revive. We're not. Is he using his A3 at all? I don't think he is. He's starting with it. His A3, we can shut that off. That shouldn't mess up the speed tune, right? Yeah, it doesn't mess up the speed tune. But it changes the way the cooldowns work. So okay, so if we get the A2 here, that's going to be too late to cleanse it on this first turn. If we put it up here, nobody would get hit by the slow. And then Pythion is the slow, like he's only taking 1 additional turn. So if he's the stun target, he won't be stunned. And on this affinity, he is the only weak affinity. So he should be the stun target. But the question is, does it stay in tune? And then it looks like here it would place the A2 and he would go once more. Here it was place the A2 and go once more. Here it would place the A2 and go. So this may be affinity friendly. This may be affinity friendly, and you may have to do 2 of these tunes, depending, one when he's weak affinity and one when he's not. And the only thing that you'd have to change is his A2. So we're going to try to do this. We're going to try to do this. Now, here's the problem. How do we make it a 2-turn delay without the AI? Okay, so let's turn this back on. So this was on a 4-turn cooldown, I think, right? So I'm going back into game. This is always crazy. All right, so his A3 will just place the strengthen. But can we force him to? I think we can just force him to fire it. Let's just try to force him to fire it. And then see if we can get that 2-turn delay. So the way we would do that is we would either force him to open with his A1 and then prioritize. We need a 2-turn delay on this, right? Is that what we need? No, now it's different. If we shut off the skill, we need a 2-turn delay. And if we don't shut off the skill, it doesn't work. It doesn't tune. If we change the priority and make this the top priority, let's do that. Let's see, will that tune? That does tune. And in fact, it has to tune with a 2-turn delay. 2-turn delay. Now the question is, if we force Python to open with his A1, no, we can't. We have to do this delay manually. I don't think we can do it any other way. That's unfortunate because that means it's not you can't do a quick battle. Maybe somebody else can, but I can't figure out how to get a 2-turn delay in here. Because if we try to force him to open with his A1, then we have to prioritize the A3, but we don't want to prioritize the A3 because they're on different cooldowns. And that means it will occasionally knock the A2 out of sync. So I think the best thing we can do is just turn it off. I think the best thing we can do is just turn it off. And then we're going to go ahead and put it on a 2-turn delay manually. We'll do that. Okay, so now we got to program the AI in game. All right. So this could be all affinities. So let's go to the Ultra Name Your Home. Okay, so now we have to we're going to plug it in as if we're not going to do any manual, right? We're going to make sure that everything is set up the way it's supposed to be. So we don't have any I don't think we're doing anything with Apothecary. We can turn off, that's fine. And that's already a first choice. So that should be fine. Well, I'll just leave that alone. Now, Demitha, we have to delay, and we can do this in the AI. So we want to delay her. Okay. So we have to make this the priority. And we have to make this second choice. And then we have to make this the opener. So that'll fire her A1 first. And then her A2 and then her A3. So she'll go A1, A2, A3. And then she should repeat that indefinitely. A1, A2, A3, A1, A2, A3. Yes. So that's properly programmed in. And remember, it's always in the first round. You don't care about the second and third round. Now, Newt doesn't matter, but Python does. I don't think we have to do anything to Deacon. He should be fine. So we're turning off Python's A3. This is just getting shut off. And we're going to save that. Okay. Now here we're going to do this. We're going to turn it off. We need to two A1s with Python. Once we do two A1s, then we can let his AI roll, and it should work here on Spirit Affinity. So I just click auto on and off to like let the AI program it. Okay, so this is the one. So it's the third tune. We have to hit an A1. Hit another A1. Now it should be full auto. Now it should be full auto. Let's see if it is. Okay, so AoE 2 hit and didn't slow anybody. So we didn't lose the tune. No. We need the cleanse. Okay, Deacon got the stun. That was really weird. Deacon got the stun, but it looked like he came at. I'm gonna check this again. Deacon took the stun, not Python. And he didn't A3. So the speed tune broke. No, maybe it didn't. It looks like he's about to go. So it didn't look like it broke. It didn't look like it broke. It didn't look like a. Hang on. I gotta get you back off the website. All right, so the block debuffs was up at the right moment. I don't know why Deacon took the stun. Did Demyth cleanse him with her A2? Demytha cleansed him with her A2. She uses her A2 right before he goes. So she was able to remove the stun, so he didn't miss a turn. That's what happened. I think this is a speed tune. Boom. Beautiful. We've got the slow now, though. That's not right. Why do we have the slow? Now we might not be speed tuned. As soon as I said it, I was like, I think this might be speed tuned. And then we got hit by the slow. I'm looking at the speed tune. Yeah, it is. It's speed tuned, but we're just taking the slow because Python's A2 is now in the wrong spot. That's okay. So maybe we have to have his. We may have to have his A3 in the rotation. Let's see. I think the tune broke, right? Let me watch. I was on the other screen. Let me see if this speed tune broke. So if we take an AoE without the block debuffs up, which we're about to take. No, we got it. See, there's the slow. But maybe it's not enough to break the tune. Maybe it's just that the slow lands and the tune still works because the speeds are fast enough. Or, they're in the window. It looks like it might still be tuned. That's what happens on mine. Not continuously, but for like the first 2 rounds or the first 2, go-throughs, I take the slow and then I come into tune and I stop taking the slow. But because the speeds are in the right spot, that the slow doesn't affect it enough to actually throw off the tune. This looks like it. Okay, I said this before. This looks like it might be tuned. And then I saw the slow and I'm like, that doesn't work. The question is, who is taking the stun? And why isn't Pythion taking the stun? It's Deacon Armstrong who's taking the stun. Pythion, why would Pythion not take the stun here? The only thing I can think of is maybe... I mean, it could be the steadfast mastery, right? Like Deacon probably doesn't have steadfast, and Pythion probably does have steadfast, but Pythion's still weak affinity. He should take the stun. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. Pythion is taking the stun? Okay. So Deacon did take the first stun though, right? Yeah, let's watch it here. So Deacon did get stunned first for some reason. Maybe because he didn't have the block damage buff up. You're right. He's the one getting the stun. All right, good. Now, in terms of our overall output of damage, we're a little bit low. We're not quite there. It looks like we're going to be probably pulling a one key of around like 58 to 62 million, somewhere in there. which is close, but it's not a 1 key yet. And so obviously you have two, I think, two champions that still have to get their full masteries, right? Deacon Armstrong doesn't have it and Pythion doesn't have it. So you've got 2 more War Masters there. That's going to probably get you in the vicinity of like about, I want to say maybe 6 million. Let me check. Because how much is it the 60,000 hit? How much is War Master here? Is it the 80? No. Who's got War Master? There, it's Newt has War Master currently, right? No, he has Giant Slayer as well. Does Demitha have it? Based on the number of turns that everybody's taking, Pythion's getting 4 hits per rotation, and Deacon Armstrong is getting 6 hits per rotation. So you're getting 10 hits per 3 turns, right? So you're going to get that 5 times. So you're going to get 50 additional chances to proc War Master. So War Master is a 60% chance to proc. So you should proc roughly 30 of them. So 30 times whatever the damage is for War Master on this particular level be how much you get in terms of increased damage. Plus you get other masteries that might increase a tiny little bit. So 30 times whatever that is. We'll have to see. Because it looks like Giant Slayer is the 88,000. Is that the 88,000? The 88,000 is the Giant Slayer. Yeah, and it depends on the debuffs, if the debuffs are up, right? Because if the debuffs are down, it's less. Yeah, but the 88k is the Giant Slayer, and that's less of a hit, right? The War Master is the stronger hit. So if you get 30 of them, and let's call it 100k, that's 3 million damage. That's not going to be enough to get there. So we're going to need more damage out of Deacon. Not Deacon. We're going to need more damage out of Newt. Potentially, you're not filling up the debuff bar here. You could get a second Toxic set. This is going to be very close. I mean, chances are your best affinity is going to be Force Affinity, right? Because Newt's going to be strong affinity there. This is the neutral affinity. You should do well here. The only one who's doing less damage is Pythion, and who cares? Like, the loss of Pythion's damage is going to be gained by Apothecary's damage. Like, they're going to, kind of balance each other out there. So it's really Newt's damage that's going to matter. Magic affinity could be an issue, because if you're not hitting the 1 key damage on neutral affinity, you're not going to hit it when Newt's weak affinity. Actually, we're going to get more damage than I thought, I think. What did I say, about 60? Said like 58 to 62, right? Yeah, I actually think we're going to land right around there. We might be a little bit more. It might be like 63 or 64. All right, JP, the good news is it's tuned. And it looks like it's tuned for all affinities. The bad news is, one, it's not a quick battle. It's not full auto, so it's not a quick battle. And then two is we don't quite have the damage threshold yet. And you could, remember, if you can get more damage onto these champions in some way and keep the speeds, because it's unkillable, you don't really have to worry about like defenses. Now, if you use these champions in other places, that's something. But when I'm trying to speed tune like an Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss team, I just go for the speed tune. And literally, if they're useful anywhere else, it's a bonus. And if they're not, who cares? Because they're getting me my Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss 1 key. Like that's the goal here. So if I can't use Deacon anywhere else, if I can't use Apothecary anywhere else, I can build them for damage here. And as long as I hit the speeds, I'm fine. Now, maybe you can't, especially for, well, Demytha is the one who's going really, who's the other really, really fast one? Apothecary. So for Apothecary, you might not be able to change anything because the speeds are, 311. You got to hit that. But potentially, you can put more damage onto your other three champions. Now, maybe, an extra million or two damage out of Deacon doesn't feel like a lot, over the course of the whole thing. But that might be enough to just get you from a 2 key to a 1 key. Like if you're at 65 and you can get to 75, and you can do that by a million here and a million there and a million here, and keep piling it on that way, then that may be enough. Obviously, the biggest damage is coming from Newt, so the more you can get him. The problem with the Toxic set is that any RNG is not, reliable. So if you're close to the threshold, unless you're like beating it by a good, 5-10% at least, you may sometimes RNG the other way and you may have a 2 key. But it looks like there is potential for a 1 key here. We're up to, it's going to be turn 47 here. So I'm going to stop it. I'm not actually going to waste this key yet. I'm not going to use this key. I'm going to go back and see if we can tweak, if we can tweak Newt. Because if we can tweak Newt, we might be able to get there. This is a cool speed tune, by the way. I like this speed tune. It's not exactly a cheap speed tune. You need Pythion and Newt to do it. But potentially you don't need Newt, right? You just need a champion like Newt who brings the debuffs, because nobody else is bringing the debuff. So he has to bring the weaken and the decreased defense. No, I'm sorry. He needs to bring the weaken. Deacon's bringing the decreased defense. Where are we? 62 million, right where I thought we'd be. Okay. 62 million. All right, let's get back in there. I want to see something. So you're bringing a weaken. Bringing a weaken. Let's take a look at Newt. 100% crit damage. Decent crit. I mean, 100% crit rate, decent crit damage. Is the accuracy low? The accuracy might be a tiny bit low, but he has... He'll get 4, and he has that. I think for Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss, is it 300 accuracy that you need? No, it's only 250. Okay. And he's running at 260. Okay, so it's enough. It's enough. Now, one of the things that I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back to this optimizer. I want to see what speeds I can run him at without breaking the tune. So we've got the tune down, but now let's just slow him down. Okay, so if he drops 1 speed lower, it breaks. But we can run him faster. We can only run him 1 faster. So he has to either be 172 or 173. That's it. We have 1 speed of leeway. Now, we might have leeway, for instance, like, let's say I could run Demitha faster. If I run her faster, yep, it's still, it still stays tuned. So it may just be that Apothecary can't run faster than her. So for instance, now let's say I speed up Apothecary. Yeah, it's still tuned. So as long as he's slower than her, she can go faster. Can we go slower? All right, so she could run at 310 and he could run at 309 and it would still work. And we were running them at 312 and 311. But potentially you can tweak those speeds a little bit. And this is something you can do in the calculator before you build out your champs. So you can actually see, I can't reach 311. Yeah, but can you reach 310? Well, that's good enough. Or 309? Yeah, that works. 308? Not fast enough. So you can actually figure that out. So 172 or 173 for Newt. All right, let's go back into the game for just a second. Now, I like him in Savage. Obviously, that's very good. And this might very well be the best build that we can get on him. I'm not going to, say we can't. This is a good piece. So the question would be, what could we do to increase the damage a little bit and help us get there? So we have the 2. We have Deacon. We need to get the masteries on. Great. But his speed is low. His speed is at 200. And you've got him, in a mismatched set here. You do have him running crit damage at 100% crit rate, so you're getting some extra damage out of him. So that's not bad. And then let's see, what about Pythion? Pythion's in a toxic set. All right, you're worried about throwing off the speeds here, I think. But you can at least upgrade this weapon to 12 because it's not going to roll a speed roll. So you get a little bit more damage out of that attack. It's going to be very little bit. That'll be like 50k over the course of the whole thing. I wonder if this lightning cage is messing with it. Now you have lightning cage here. You have brimstone here. So you're trying to get more. I'm assuming you're doing that to try to get more damage out of it. You know what might... You know what might help? cruelty. You can permanently decrease the defense of the target. That would make everybody do more damage. So who's got blessings? Who's got good blessings? Does Demitha have a blessing? Demitha has cruelty. She's got cruelty. All right, so never mind. Maybe we can't get more than that. We've got Phantom Touch here. You're really trying to squeeze every little bit. You've done well. You're trying to squeeze every little bit of damage out of that. Yeah. Yeah, that's tricky. All right. I don't know that there's much we can do to rebuild this guy to get more. The only other thing I could think of to get damage would be, well, two places. In the Great Hall, right? You can keep pumping defense in spirit. You can pump crit damage in spirit. Those are going to help. Obviously, the spirit is where your main damage is coming from. Also, in area bonuses. Yep, you're already doing it. Don't mess with the speed, but go for, yeah, you're already doing it. So it may be that particular speed tune doesn't bring quite enough damage. That may just be the reality of it. Like, that the speed tune is good. You can make it work, but until you get god tier gear and you can build your Newt with like so much more crit damage than he has, it might just not be enough. I mean, when I look at his stats, and I see 234% crit damage, like that seems okay, but that's probably not enough for Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. Like, I would want this like 270, 280. If you can get it to 300, I would get it there. His defense is okay, by the way, at 3,800, but you could also push that a bit. So I'd like to see this number more around like 4,500. So if you could get this up to 4,500 and get his crit damage up to maybe call it 280, those two things alone may be enough. Because he'll do so much more damage. Yeah, you're getting a little bit here. That ignore defense of 4% is nice. It's a good speed tune, and I think we figured it out now for all affinities, so that's great. But yeah, the only two things is, one, it's not a quick battle, and two, it looks like it's not a one key. So unfortunately, it's not a one key yet. Just want to see one thing.
JP said, I have Torvald as an option instead of Newt. He said it could do the gear, but just not in Savage.
I mean, Torvald's an excellent champion, and he hits really hard, and he's got an extra turn mechanic. Now, his crit damage is actually lower. His attack is higher than Newt's defense is, and his multipliers, I don't know about the multipliers, but he has this extra turn, right? So he's going to get the increased attack buff. Currently, there's no increased defense buff. So that's extra damage there. The increased crit rate allows you to potentially drop down to 70% crit rate. You have a buff extension in Demitha. So on this A2, you could potentially increase, like this is a 2-turn buff on a 3-turn cooldown, but it's going to be actually a 2-turn cooldown because of the extra turn, and you can extend it to an extra turn. So you could have this as 100% uptime. The issue with this is, does this mess with the speed buff? Like, does this provide more speed buff than he would get otherwise? And does the extra turn potentially mess with it? But this could potentially be, this could be a solution. Now, he's also neutral affinity, right? He'll never weak hit. He does bring the weaken, and he's got a good chance of landing the weaken. How does that compare to the chance here? This is 100% chance of placing a weaken. And you get the counter attacks, which Turvold doesn't get. But he would have the increased crit. He would have the increased attack. He'd have the increased crit rate, which would allow you to save some crit rate. And you have a fair number of buffs, so his A3 may hit pretty hard, because you're going to get some extra multipliers there, because he's going to have the block buffs debuff, or block debuffs buff, the increased attack, the increased crit rate, the speed. So he's going to have at least 4 buffs. And you have Brimstone on him as well. So I would try it. I would definitely try it. I know it's a 1-star Brimstone instead of a 2-star Brimstone, but you're only getting extra HP, I think, on that second. Yeah, you just get flat HP, which doesn't matter. So try Turvold. Tune him and try him out and see if he doesn't increase the damage. He might be enough to get you over the top. But obviously, run everybody's masteries up to 6-star. And yeah. Yeah, if you can get the stats on Newt but not in Savage, it's a bit of a trade-off, right? Because you lose that ignored defense. So you really just, you can farm more Savage gear. You could potentially steal Savage gear from somebody else if they have better Savage gear. Like this piece looks pretty good. Obviously, it's got a roll into attack percentage. But maybe this piece, right? This is, 18% crit rate, crit damage. I don't know if, let's see, what's Newt's piece? Nah, that's better. Never mind. But yeah, so either, I mean, one of the big things would be getting a 6-star chest plate, potentially with some crit damage in it, right? As a roll. You could glyph a little bit, but it's like, I don't know, unless you can bring a second toxic set in, maybe that would get you a little bit, get those 6 stars masteries. It's a good speed tune. It may not be enough to get you the 1 key nightmare. The good news is if it doesn't, you have other options, right? There are other speed tunes available to you. Mishinaki is a great champion to build into a speed tune because he's got the HP burn on the A1, and then he's got that 50% chance of counterattack with the Hex. He also brings a decreased defense. So, I mean, he's a really good champion to bring in. Maybe not in this speed tune. Like maybe he's not going to give you more than, Newt does. But in another speed tune, or maybe you have a speed tune where you just need 2 DPS. That could be the other thing, because in this one, you only have 1 DPS. If you had a ninja, I would say this tune would get you there no problem. Because Ninja's damage is bonkers. But Newt feels like he should be able to get you there. Like it maybe just a little bit more. Maybe just a little bit more. Plus those extra masteries and stuff. I wish you luck. And I thank you for letting me tool around on your account. And unfortunately, the only other tip I might have is I was thinking about retaliation gear. Like if you can get revenge accessories, I don't know if his counterattack is up 100% of the time. It's up for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. It might be up 100% of the time, in which case it wouldn't matter. But like you could potentially get revenge accessories on all of your champions, and that will just proc your War Masters and Giant Slayers more. Every time an AoE comes out, they've got a chance of proc. It's like it may not be enough, but it might give you a little bit more damage. You know, you go in here with just this, you know, you get 5%, 10% chance more to counterattack. And that could proc a lot of War Masters and Giant Slayers for you. So that's the only other thing I can think about that might tweak out a little bit more damage. So good luck with this tune. Let me know if you stick with it. Try the Turvold thing, maybe see how that works. And let me know if you can get this to a 1 key, because I like the tune. I think it's actually, you know, fairly friendly. It's only a 1 DPS tune, and it looks like it's affinity friendly. And it's like 3 relatively attainable champions, right? We have 2 epics and a rare. So it's potentially possible that we could swap somebody in for Pythion. Like there might be, like, Cardiel would work there. They have the same cooldown, and it's a cleanse and a, you know, so if you I don't think you have Cardiel, but if somebody had a Cardiel like me, you could potentially put a Cardiel in that spot. I'm trying to think of how many other champions. I think there's an epic champion that has that ability. There's one epic. I can't remember who it is. You know, but potentially this is an accessible speed tune for a lot of people. So. All right. Gonna make myself big again. I feel released. All right. So, hey, thanks so much to everybody who let me tool around on their accounts. It's always fun to see like where people are and what champions that they lean into, and, you know, how they think about the game, how they gear up and all that stuff. I hope that you've all found these takeovers helpful, even if I didn't take over your account today. I want to thank everybody who gave us the supers today, the tips and all that stuff. It's incredibly generous. I really appreciate it. I know Sun does as well. And yeah, it just helps us move towards the goal of eventually making this something that we can do full time, which would be fantastic. So thanks, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Don't forget to show up on. So, I should say this. We're not 100% sure we're going to do Saturday stream on Saturday. We might be moving it to Sunday. So that may happen this week, or it may happen in the future. We normally do our live Noob versus Pro series on Saturday. We're thinking about moving that to Sunday. We originally had it on Friday. We moved it to Saturday. Now we're thinking about moving it to Sunday. So look out for that. We'll definitely let everybody know the change in the schedule before that happens. And then otherwise, smash the like button. Thank you so much. Join our Discord community. Say goodbye, son.
Have an awesome day, everybody.
Thanks.